of a bitch.
That's right. I have to end it the way it began. The classic that's right intro that I do all the time.
A test of your reflexes!
More or less. Anyway, hi everybody. Welcome back to the final episode of Phantasy Star Universe, Ambition of the Illuminus. That's right. We finally made it to the end. We're finishing the game. It's the last swan song, or whatever they call it, the John Denver grand finale for this show. Well, this anime known as Phantasy Star Universe. You might notice there's some... What's this? What's this in the corner over here? That's right. I got tired of YouTube shit. I asked ChatGPT why the hell YouTube keeps removing and adding 4 times speed, and it was like... Yeah, they're just kind of dumb because they're like experimenting with rolling out stuff. Rolling out features like XX and 4x speed for like premium users or whatever. And so it's just all over the place. But if you want to, like, if you're done with that shit, just go get an add-on for your browser. So I have this now. This add-on will speed up videos all the way to 16 times speed. Look at that. And then at the hit of a button, switch it back to normal. I don't have to do all those clicks anymore. I can just plus or minus the speed. You can reduce it to 0. I like that. All the way to 16x, which is insane. And then hit a different button to get it back to normal. So I don't have to deal with YouTube's bullshit anymore on desktop. Anyway. Glad I figured that out on literally our last episode of this. You know, where I'm no longer even going to be streaming YouTube videos for who knows how long. But hey, progress, right? Also, this might be a longer stream than we expected. Because I always had 2 different playlists. One as a backup, basically. For this, you can see I have another tab open here. I always had 2 different playlists ready just in case one of them was like not finished out correctly or the quality was too bad. I'd always prepared 2 different playlists for these streams long before I even started streaming PSU, like when I was still on PSO. That's because that's how far ahead I planned my streams. When I had like barely started PSO, I mean, like we were still on like episode 1. Like part 1, I barely started. So I found 2 different streams for this, for episode 3. Or 2 different playlists, sorry, YouTube playlists. And the thing is, even though I was originally going to say, okay, if these nuts, who is now taking over for Phantasy Star Universe Xbox 360 for the final episode, if the quality sucks, which it already looks like it's going to, look at the text size of this shit. The quality sucks, I was like, I'll use the backup playlist, which is, Phantasy Star Universe Ambition of the Illuminus by... What? GTA Junior 1. However, I think we might be checking that playlist out anyway after we finish this. Like, now my plan is to just watch this, even if it's shitty quality, and then switch over to this playlist, because I'm starting to see that there's actually different paths through the story. And some of the, like, the later missions. Like, look at this. Look what it says here. Or maybe this is why Rycross Road took like a year to come out compared to all the other patches that were like 3 months apart or less. Like there's one showing that Lumia helps Lou, or she stays with Tom Rain. Maybe he doesn't die. Like I had no idea there was like different story paths apparently. Look at this one. It says Road to Rycross Part 8, Lumia helps Lou, or she stays with the doctor, and you can see the thumbnails, not like she's actually there with him. Like I don't... Like, does the story play out differently if Lumia stays with him? Does he not die? Is that what it's implying? Or is it just like... Is it titled in a very, very weird way? I don't know. There's also some stuff with Magashi, apparently. I don't know when this takes place in the story. I don't know if it's like some extra bonus DLC shit they did after. I don't know. So we'll check this out too. But yeah, so this stream might be a little longer because I'm going to watch this here now, but I'm still going to go check out some of the videos over here. They're a lot shorter, so it's not like it's going to... Oh, let's be honest, a lot of them are like 10 minutes, so it's probably going to take, you know... I'm probably just going to skim through. If it... Like anything that's the same, I'll just skim past it, obviously. Anything else, you know, we'll pay attention and see what the fuck's going on. But I'll probably... I'll probably be going through it at a faster speed. I don't know yet. We might actually end up getting a bonus stream out of this stuff if there's a lot of new content. If a lot of it is just reused, like, oh, we saw this already, there's actually nothing new, then obviously I'll just skip the video. But I do want to see if there are actually story differences. So yeah, I want to check out this playlist after we're done with this one. That's basically what I'm getting at. So let's get going. So yeah, this stream might actually go 2 hours. Anyway. Alright, so episode 3, chapter 8, A Brighter Day, part 1 of 5, 10-minute video segments. It says, under President Laya Martinez, LSS photon generator deployment has been proceeding smoothly in preparation for the unification point. Yes. I hope this guy's text speed scroll isn't horrible. Or he's not like, they're not like changing it constantly. It says, thanks in part to financial assistance from Hugo Wright, the new president of GRM. I can barely read this shit. This is the best quality we got too, I think. Yep, 480p. But while performing final inspections on the confinement systems... Wait. Like, did I pause it in time? The new president of GRM, yeah. While performing final inspections on the confinement systems, Dr. Tom Rain sacrificed his life to bring the Parum system online. His final wish for peace resonated in the hearts of all who were saddened by his passing. It is kind of interesting if they actually made different story paths, at least for like the ending. For the last 2 like chapters of episode 3. That'd be kind of neat. Also, who wants to place bets on whether this guy changes, skips the intro or not? It's going so far, it's cooking. Okay, the video quality is a little worse, but it's not terrible so far. I wonder if this was on PS2 or if it's just... they just didn't have... The late 2000s and early 2010s, not a lot of people had high quality capture cards and recording equipment. In fact, there's some really old school YouTubers and Twitch streamers who became famous. They're like still somewhat famous legacy streamers now, but they first got their fame during this time period just because they had high quality recording equipment back then, because it was so rare. Because everybody else was literally just taking a fucking camera and pointing it at their TV. By the way, my brother and my cousin did that to upload YouTube videos of Kingdom Hearts 2 back then, in these days. Because that's all we had. It wasn't until I heard about capture cards. I never did anything for YouTube until I heard about capture cards. So even if you look at my oldest videos that were obviously not recorded on a PC, I recorded Maple Story on Fraps. Old ass screen recording.
You son of a bitch.
I didn't skip it. They're a real one. Anyway, I recorded the Maple Story videos using Fraps, old screen recording program. But the old ass Resident Evil videos that are still up on my YouTube channel, the main one, not the VODs channel. So I gotta adjust something real quick. Those were recorded using an actual capture card. I still have it too. It's put away, but it only had like AV cables and some other connection that I never really bothered memorizing what it was called. And that's it. Yeah, it wasn't like an HD or HDMI cable sort of like capture card, but it worked. It did the job, you know? I used that with like a little splitter and I hooked it up to my PS3 and did the Resident Evil 5 videos like that. I hooked it up to the what's it? You know, the other consoles that Resident Evil games are on, because I did like a whole playthrough of the entire like Resident Evil storyline all the way to Resident Evil 5 because it was the newest game that had come out at that time. It was in 2009. Again, it's all on my main channel, still there. I don't plan on taking those videos down. It's history, you know. It's like a dude looking back at those videos, and it's like this video was posted 15 years ago, and it's just like I just feel like old as shit, man. But yeah. Anyway, sorry for the ramble. Episode 3, Chapter 8, A Brighter Day. Just like the song. Oh, of course. Here we go. One last time. Ha ha how?
Hi! Garage Channel 5 Headline News. I'm your newscaster, Hal.
Oh, she didn't do the laugh.
Today's big...
What the fuck? Also, why are there no subtitles this time? Was that like an option that you could turn off, I guess? Or what the hell? You guys notice? There used to be subtitles when she would talk.
Story is your newscaster, Hal. Today's big story is right here.
Oh, wait, they're there. They're tiny as
The
fuck,
emergency funds provided by GRM have boosted the LSS photon generators deployed at the confinement systems by nearly 30%. A system to automatically link them during the unification point has also been put into place. In order to activate the fourth confinement system that has been reported to exist on the planet-sized hive Rycross, numerous guardians, as well as the Divine Maiden from the Communion of Goral, have been put on the job.
That planet looks so goddamn ominous. That giant eyeball just staring at you.
The entire Alliance military fleet will be escorting the Maiden in a large-scale operation that has rarely been seen in recent years.
Except
This is
for
Goral
6 months
Channel
ago.
5 Headline News, signing off. I'm your reporting newscaster, Hal. Bye-bye!
Bye-bye! Kawaii! Hey, wait, give me a second. Had to have been on a PS2 or some shit. You guys see that loading time? Oh, here's our new main character. Wonder what their name is. Also great, I completely, Actually, we can find out. When was this uploaded? 15 years ago, I was just saying. December 14th of 2009, so literally right after episode 3 came out. Or literally after this final chapter for episode 3 was released, from what we saw last time, right? Let me verify that. Yes, we talked about this before. Or last time. Bookmarks. It was, yeah, A Brighter Day was released on December 11th, 2009. So this person recorded it like day 1 or 2 and posted it just a few days later. They were trying to, you know, get in on the hype, basically. They had a capture card. They used it on their PS2 or maybe they're playing on PC. And yeah, they just went for it. This is literally a couple days after this came out. So this is fresh. Alright, what's their character's name? I can already tell they're dressed a little plain compared to Cater's, but whatever. I'm not picky. Not gonna be a fashion cop. Lila says, sorry to keep dragging you back here. The font, the resolution is bad. What does that say? Chris? Yeah, with a K. Chris with a K. K-R-I-S. Like Christina? I actually knew somebody named that. Lila says, I hate to keep doing this to you, but the mission's been changed again.
What?
The hell are you talking about?
What the fuck?
Also, the volume is a lot quieter. There's nothing much I can do about that. There was an add-on I used to boost the volume. Do I still have it? I think I might have uninstalled it. Which if I did, I don't know why. Actually. Let me check real quick. Because yeah, this is a little quieter. Did I uninstall it? Yeah, I think I did because it doesn't show up here. Oh wait, no, I might have just deactivated it. Where is it? Sound booster. Okay, let me just activate it. Let me enable it. And then I'll just refresh the page. Yeah, we might need that because it's actually, yeah, it's a little quiet. Okay. It's enabled. Hit the refresh. Is it, I hit refresh over here too. Working? Should be. Booster. Alright, so let me check with OBS. What's the volume looking like? Well, it seems okay here, but this is louder, so let's get to the part we were just at. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, this is way too quiet. Let me boost it to 200%. It might need a little bit more than that. Let's go 300. That should probably be fine. There. Getting into the yellow. That's perfect. Alright, now we can do this. See, this is the problem with the fact that we had to switch channels, basically. And I found out why. Yeah, this person never uploaded the last part. And I think I know why, too. I actually saw when the channel was made. For the videos we saw up to this point, this entire playlist, Phantasy Star Universe Xbox 360, this channel was literally made during, like, the last month that the servers were up. And I think what happened is they ran out of time. See, the Road to Rycross, that was uploaded, like, literally within a few days or maybe a week at most before servers shut down. I think they ran out of time. They didn't get a chance to film the last episode before the servers were shut down because they waited way too long. They waited to the last minute. And yeah, the channel's still somewhat active. I think. But yeah, they fucked up. That's why we're having to watch the last episode on a different channel, and you know, there's quality issues and I'm having to compensate for that using fucking browser add-ons and shit. But yeah, just to let you guys know, that is what happened. I researched that yesterday like I said I would when I finished the stream. Okay, so what do we got? She said the plan changed. Luke Aim says, instead of working to install photon generators, I want you to coordinate the transmitters that relay the energy. I can barely read this. Laya says, thanks to Hugo's efforts, GRM is taking care of any work that requires large numbers of people. This way, we Guardians can focus on our own dangerous mission. Nave says, the coordination of the transmitters. The transmitters relay energy from the photon generators to the confinement systems. In other words, they are vital to the operation. Therefore, the work will take place over a wide, unsecured area of Rycross. It will be quite a dangerous mission. Laya says, and as commander, you will be in charge of it, Chris. Understood. Yuga says, I see that everyone's there. Yeah. Wait, what did she say? Laya says, we were just talking about you, actually. Yuga says, how disconcerting. Which rumors would these be? This guy. Laya says, no, don't worry, it was nothing bad. Hugo says, I'll just take your word for it then.
Look at this dude.
Laya says, so, what do you need, Hugo? Yeah, what'd you call us? Hugo says, everything here is proceeding as planned. Preparations are complete for Chris and Mina's arrival. Okay. Mina. Laya says, I see. Well done. Hugo says, I will see you in a bit, Chris. Laya says, hey, Chris. There's actually one more thing I'd like to ask of you. What do you got? Nave says, here she is now. Okay, they're gonna address the Mina thing, right? That's where this is going? Yeah, here she is. I was like, I caught that. I was like, wait, we're going with her? Mina says, Miss Martinez, I'm ready to go. Laya says, all right, Mina. Chris, I'd like you to bring Mina with you to MoTube.
What? What the fuck?
Mina says, thank you, Chris. Yeah, but why? But why, though? They actually made that an answer choice before it was a meme. But why, though? They needed to add the though, but, you know, good enough. Laya says, I'm not asking a lot, am I? No, but... as you know, this unification point is our final chance to save Gural. So I want as many people as possible lending their support to the Maiden. Mina says, though I can't do much, I'd like the opportunity to do whatever I can. Laya says, Headmaster Nave and I can handle things here at HQ alone. Mina will be helping out at the Motu relic site, so I'd like you to accompany her there. Lumia is already on her way. Lena of the Rogues is expecting Mina. Mina says, which means that everyone else from headquarters should be on their way to Perum and New Days by now. Nave says, we're counting on you. My eyes are getting used to the quality. It's not terrible. It's actually, the problem is the text size. I guess that's something you could change in the game, maybe? Or again, maybe it depends. We don't know what console this is. But yeah, everything else seems to be more or less the same. Not exactly, but it's more or less the same. Mina says, this is my first mission outside of headquarters. I look forward to working with you, Chris. Oh, thanks, Mina. I'll take care of you. We got the cute receptionist along now, who's simping for Ethan. Landil Doc. Oh, I like the pants actually have a thigh window. Reminds me of Divine Maidens a little bit. Ethan says, hey, Chris! What? Is that you, Mina? Hey, your #1 fan. Simp, I should say. Mina says, it's been a long time, Mr. Weber. I'm so pleased to see you again. Yeah, I bet. I'm looking for someone named Lena, actually. Lena says, yeah, you're the one here to help out, right? Come on, come with me to the relic site. What up? Lena says, lead the way. It's rewind time. Shit. I still have that on my server? Yeah.
It's rewind time.
They're online. Hugo says, Lena, you aren't going to Recross? Or Rycross? Lena says, nope. Tyler says, I talked it over with Laya. Lena has been put in charge of the Motu relic site. Okay. Lena says, it should have been one of you, you know. Ida says, but there was no other choice!
Bruh. Oh, shit!
They said it would be better if the one in the middle of the prayer circle was a girl, like the Divine Maiden. Why is that? I could understand them not wanting you guys, but still, is that the real reason, or? Ethan says, huh? Are you guys upset that you got assigned to the Rycross mission? Maybe they're scared they're gonna die. It is a seed planet. Novel says, it's not that. It's just... It is that, isn't it? Ethan says, it's just what? Novel says, there won't be any TV cameras on Rycross. So you're worried about not becoming famous or some shit? What is this crap? Ethan says, huh?
What? What? What the fuck?
You dorks! Did you accept this mission just so you could be on TV?
You bastard! You son of a bitch!
Ethan says, don't call us dorks!
Oh, shit!
You gotta be kidding me. No says, Hiru's ma is laid up sick and she said she was looking. She was looking forward to seeing us on Goral Channel 5. Where Hal is. Hiru says, hey, don't say that! Oh, great. Tyler says, ugh. Yeah, it's like, dude, really? At a time like this, we got these idiots saying this crap? Tyler says, listen up, you three. If you can pull off this mission, I will give you the land deal. Holy shit.
What?
Then you can fly home to your mommy in style. He just says, Tyler. That's very unexpected. I mean... Nell says, for real? Nell says, I can't wait! Tyler says, you have my word. He is a rogue, though. A heroic music, though. He just says, all right! There we go. That got him motivated. This mission, Nell says, is no match for... And Dell says, the Vol brothers! Peter says, yeah!
Son of a bitch.
You heard it here first, folks. Ethan says, are you sure about this? Tyler says, yes, of course. If this is Goral's last battle, I figure I'll have no further use for the land deal either way. Not gonna be a rogue anymore then, huh? Ethan says, I see. Doesn't see a point to it, I guess. Tyler says, come to think of it, this is where you and I fought Magashi, isn't it? Yep. Double teamed his ass. Ethan says, yeah. Tyler says, soon it'll all be over. I do like this track. Hugo says, excuse me, but I believe you are forgetting that I was here as well. Was he? I legitimately forgot about that, if that's true. Yeah, exactly. Tyler says, sorry, that's right. Well, Tyler or Ethan said it. Yeah, I kind of forgot that too. I'm sorry, Hugo. I guess you are a little bit more forgettable than I thought, because I completely forgot that. Kurt says, Kurt's here. The Alliance military fleet is ready to move out. Tyler says, understood. The land deal will be heading out shortly. See you on Rycross. Kurt says, indeed.
Son of a bitch.
It's gonna be trippy because, you know, the fuck was that loading? This has to be on PS2 or some shit. Look at Lena. She disappears and then she gets replaced with a generic model first for a second, then her actual character model looks back in. I don't know if that was an internet connection issue. Doubt it. Most likely like a rendering issue because the hardware not that great. Either it was like a not so great PC or it was on PS2 or something maybe. Because the game was clearly optimized for 360 for the Xbox. Mina says, thank you, Chris. I'm sorry we didn't get the chance to talk more. I'm glad we could come here together though. Oh, of course, Mina. Good luck on Rycross. Thanks. That's what I would have said. Lena says, Tyler, good luck. Tyler says, yeah, you too. Lena says, you three better not screw up.
You suck!
Ida says, we won't. Not with this music playing, they're inspired. Mina says, may the holy light guide everyone. There it is.
Son of a bitch.
Ethan says, all right, everyone, let's move out. I played it too early. There we go. Well, at least he didn't say it like Cloud at the end of FF7 and they get scolded for it. All right, everyone, let's mosey. There you go, saying it like a fucking wimp again. Can't you say move out or something? I hope they keep that line. Or, the third part of the remake. That'd be hilarious. Laya says all teams are moving out. Nave says yes, and personnel deployment at the relic sites is proceeding right on schedule. Laya says Goral's fate rests on this mission. Nave says you and I are the only ones left here at headquarters. Laya says yeah. Do you guys see this green line down here? Also, what the hell did Nave just do? Look at the bottom of the video. I think sometimes I would see that during when using my old ass capture card. So I think yeah, that they're using a very old, you know, a non-HDMI capture card because that wasn't even really a thing back then. Anyway, what did Nave do? Does he? Laia says, huh?
Surprise,
What did he just
motherfucker.
do? Headmaster Nave, did you just try to grab my ass again? Oh, she actually said ass this time.
Son of a bitch.
Did she say butt last time? Like, I've never seen them use the word ass in this. See, so we're in a very serious situation here. This asshole. Nave says, come on, you just seem so nervous. I figured I'd lighten up the mood. Oh yeah, you know, some casual sexual harassment to lighten up the mood. That was his way of saying...
A test of your reflexes.
Yeah, that was him calming her nerves, fucking pinching her ass with his fist. Or whatever, his hand. Laia says, it's a little soon to be lightening the mood.
You suck.
And that's literally his response. He just laughs. Laia says, and I'm not letting you off that easily, you perverted old coot. Jesus Christ. He had to get one more ass grab in there, didn't he? Or he tried. Because you notice he moves his hand and she quickly jumps back because she knew it was coming. She was like zoning out and he was trying to take advantage of it. She was like, yeah. And then, and then he moves in, lifts his hand, and she's like, oh, hell no. Fucking prick, dude. Oh, there's the other girl whose ass he grabbed successfully. Karen. Karen says, this is the land deal. We will be arriving at Rykros momentarily. Laia says, great. Sooner than I expected. Karen says, I'd like to begin the final check of the planet shortly. Okay. Laia says, hold on, I'll connect you. Lou, Maya, Lena, come in. Oh, okay. We're seeing Laia actually do this right now. Lou says, Dean's relic site, Lou here. Maya says, Maya here. Happy Rao relic site checking in. Lena says, Lena here. Mina and I have arrived at the Kugu relic site. Laia says, I'm coordinating final checks with Karen. Is everyone ready? Maya says, we're ready here. Excuse me. Karen, where are you going to change back in... When are you going to change back into your... Excuse me, divine maiden clothes? Karen says, we're going to split up and coordinate the energy relay transmitters. It's a little early to change into my maiden outfit, Maya. Kind of a weird question to ask, too. What's the relevancy of that? Lena says, we're ready here, so we should just wait here then? We should just wait here then? Karen says, yeah, stay by the confinement systems. Once the transmitters are coordinated, I'll offer a prayer. That'll be your signal. Okay. This is pretty epic. I like how this is all building up to, like, you know, the final showdown. This is cool. Too bad we couldn't see it with dear old Caters or even Lackery. The person we actually started with. We've had to switch characters. Lena says, alright. Maya says, understood. Lou says, I will wait until your work is complete. Maya says, Karen, be careful. Karen says, you too, Maya. Maya says, we're counting on you all. We'll get him.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, I think you can actually see that green bar down there in some of my old Resident Evil videos I was just talking about. So they might have been using the same capture card. Rykros interior. Oh, we already arrived at the planet. No dramatic cutscene of us showing up and nearly getting shot down or something? Nope, guess not. Lumi's the first one in. Look at her go. Ethan says, hey, Lumia! Hey, slow down! Well, the seed had the ability to create sliding automatic doors and other high-tech looking stuff somehow. Despite just being kind of like a virus or a some kind of just what was the word I was looking for? Well, I lost it, but basically like an organism that seems to be driven by pure instinct. Lumia says, so this is the unexplored planet. Unless maybe they just implied that the seed took over an old abandoned planet nobody ever explored. I don't know. Hugo says, but it feels as if we've been here before, doesn't it? It's not that different from the hive we destroyed at the end of episode 1, so yeah. This environment. It's so familiar. Well, you were a seed for a while too, so maybe you were here, Hugo. Back when you were still under their control. Ethan says it's just like a relic site. Oh, that's right, the confinement system that's here. I mean, the seed definitely didn't put that here. Why would they? That's their own. That would cause their own demise. Okay, so yeah, so basically we're in the relic site confinement system area or whatever that was built on this planet before the seed took it over. Yeah, by the ancient civilization or whatever. Okay, that makes sense. I had to give some kind of explanation for the place looking like this instead of, you know, just being some kind of weird monster-like interior, like they did it with the Ruins 3 in Phantasy Star Online. Hugo says, indeed, I believe you are correct. It still is like that, though. The walls are pulsing with life and everything. Karen says, and with good reason, I suspect. These are the remains of a space fortress of the same ancient civilization that created the relic sites. Thank you. They're answering my questions. They're not leaving any plot holes. I like it. Lumia says, so are you saying this isn't a planet? Apparently not. Karen says, during the ancient period we call the Age of the Relics, an evil god called the Dark Faults came to the Graal system from deep space.
Surprise, motherfucker.
There it is. They finally connected it to the evil villainous entity of every Phantasy Star game ever. Actually, don't quote me on that. There might be some Phantasy Star games where Dark Faults isn't involved, but for the most part, it's been a mainstay, like, villainous entity in, like, every Phantasy Star game. Including the old school ones I didn't play and don't plan on playing. But I know that much. An evil god called Dark Faults came to the Graal system from deep space. And with him came catastrophe. So the seed are related to it, aren't they? I mean, if you think of the MO is actually not that different from how we saw the infected, like the infected Dark Faults creatures. What did they call them? The in PSO, they were the D factor. Something. They had a weird D name. Something. Yeah, they called it like the D factor, whatever. Like the virus that was spreading. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just like the seed. Like it infects living hosts and turns them into Dark Faults, like mini monsters. Yuga says an evil god. Yeah. I like how they waited till the very last episode to bring up Dark Faults' name. Karen says, this is the space fortress built during the war with Dark Faults. For the survival of the entire star system. Lumia says, Dark Faults. Karen says, no one knows where Dark Faults came from or why. What we do know is that Dark Faults wants to destroy all other forms of life. Ensinger over here. And to reach this goal, he can bring forth an unlimited number of seed. Massive lore dump right at the end. Tyler says that he's the creator of all the seed that have rained down upon Graal. Yep. Karen says yes. To the seed, he is like a god. And so, to fight Dark Faults and the seed, the ancient civilization built 4 confinement systems. On the 3 planets and here on Rykros. That is what I know of the confinement war. It's just like how the ancient civilization in PSO sealed dark faults on planet Rhaegal, basically. In this universe, they just sealed them using this like weird interdimensional thing, the confinement system. Tyler says, your knowledge befits the title of Divine Maiden. Of course, she's gotta know her shit. Karen says, actually, most of this comes from the notes Dr. Tomrain left behind. Oh shit. Ethan says he figured all that out to save Garal. Karen says there's more to his notes, actually. But everything from this point on is mostly just speculation. The unification point during the confinement war was successful. But Dark Faults was able to survive by feeding off the A-photon reactor from Rycross's confinement system. Ethan says, maybe the people back then didn't know that Dark Faults in the seed used A-photons as energy. Let me see that again. Actually. Dark Fault survived by feeding off the A-photon reactor from Rycross's confinement system. That's pretty ironic, considering that was used to defeat him and the rest of the seed. Well, that also solidifies the fact that he's here, then. Obviously. They're already setting up that he's the last boss. Why would they bring this up otherwise? It's pretty ironic. So yeah, maybe what Ethan said is true. They probably didn't know that. Like Dark Faults in the Seed used A-photons as energy. And that also kind of relates to how Dark Faults acted or behaved in his D factor whatever genetic life forms. The way they acted in PSO as well. Like, did you guys remember how they would always say there was an abnormal like photon energy or whatever in the ruins? And that like affected I think it's appropriate to put this on right now. The tinfoil hat. How it affected the way we saw it affect Ult in that mission for Dr. Montague and Eleanor, her sister. And she could like cause explosions with it. It's very similar lore. It's almost identical. It's just a different universe, but they're using Dark Fault seems to use the same sort of, you know, photon energy, I guess. Across both games so far, it seems to be the same. Karen says, we're not sure. It's likely that the few remaining survivors of the confinement war were driven to the brink of annihilation and they had few resources left. Use of the confinement systems, in other words, use of A-photons to manipulate space itself, may have been the only option they had left. Pretty amazing they were able to make it hone in on just the seed, though, and not teleport themselves by accident to some other dimension. Ethan says, so that was their one last effort to take Dark Faults down with them. Apparently. Karen says nothing. Karen says, but we've been fortunate that, until recent years, there haven't been any sources for A-photons. Dark Faults must sleep somewhere here within Rycross. So yeah, because A-photons didn't start being used until recently, that's why we never saw anything of the seed. For the last, how many years has it been? Since, like, the ancient civilization died out, I think they said 1,000 years ago, right? Or was it... I don't remember that, but how long was the war between all the races before the start of PSU? I gotta go back and watch the intro for one of the episode 1 chapters or something, where it always recapped that. I don't remember if it said for 1,000 or for 100 years that there was war between the races or whatever. During that time, there was no reports or sightings of the seed. The seed didn't even exist, basically. It wasn't until A-photons were introduced after that war ended, basically. That's when the entire plot of PSU 1 starts. Yuga says, and so for this unification point, To prevent dark faults from reawakening, we must use photons, and not a-photons, to defeat the seed and dark faults. That's the gist of it. Karen says that's right. Yuga says, at any rate, the name Dark Faults awfully close to Dulk-Focus, don't you think? Yes. I thought that at the very end of episode 1, when Magashi turned into Dulk-Focus, yeah. Very much intentional. Karen says, yes, I doubt it is a simple coincidence. Thank you, Karen. The game is self-aware. No plot holes. Tyler says, in each of the hives we've found, there's a giant seed form at its core, feeding off the A-photon reactor that powered the satellite that the seed took over and made into a hive. That giant seed form pumped out hordes of seed forms that rained down across the system. I'm glad this person actually keeps the text scroll speed consistent. I haven't seen them slow it down at all, and it's been much easier to time my pauses. That's what I wish, you know, the other channel we watched had done. Tyler says, but I've heard that data from the Endrim Collective indicates that the name Dulk-Focus refers to those huge seed forms. Maybe the Endrim Collective or Illuminus managed to uncover, this is Ethan talking, something long before Dr. Tomrain began his investigation. Tyler says, we have no way to confirm that now. Yeah, they're all dead. Unless we have archives of their shit. Like how the first thing we do after we charge into this supposedly insanely hostile area, it's a seed planet, is we just plop down right here at the entrance and start going through conspiracy theories about dark faults. Like, we just get this enormous lore dump. We're not even getting charged or attacked by seed forms. We should be surrounded by them right now. But nothing. It's just like, bruh. Pacing issue. This whole conversation could have happened before we came here, but I guess, you know, they just wanted to get things going. Kurt says, Commander Chris, this is Kurtz reporting in. Not used to being called Commander, but okay. Kurt says, the purification of seed forms is proceeding as planned. They shouldn't disrupt the activation of the confinement systems. Please ensure the transmitters are coordinated soon. We'll begin now. Kurt says, understood. This is scary. We only get one shot at this. Tyler says, Commander Chris, for this mission, I will be serving under you. Oh shit. He's in our party. I like how this character just like caters, is like super, hold on, what the hell just happened? Okay, Jesus. I got a notification from Twitch and I was like, oh no, did my stream shut down without telling me? And I'm getting an email saying, hey, great stream, here's your stats or whatever. Because, you know, that happened before. No, thankfully that did not happen. I just got a random notification from somebody posting a story on Twitch. It scared the shit out of me. Whew, excuse me. Tyler says, please give us your orders. Alright.
You son of a...
Tyler says, alright, so we're all clear on this, right? There are a total of 3 areas, A to C, that need transmitters. The area closest to the confinement system, Area A, will be covered by Squad 1, consisting of Commander Chris, Ethan, and Karen. Okay. When they are done, they will move to the confinement system, control room, and prepare for the unification point. Squad 2, consisting of Lumia, Hyuga, and me, will take Area B. Afterwards, we will move on to Area C. The Vol brothers are Squad 3 and will remain here to protect the Landil and provide backup for the other 2 squads. Right on. That covers everything, right? Because of course we had to tell Tyler everything, and then he had to tell everyone what we just told him. Like, he had to do the recap, because our character can't fucking talk, except out of the dialogue choices that we make for them. And there was no way they were gonna make us, you know, just choose a giant paragraph for no reason. Like, they just had Tyler say it all. I was like, yeah, those are my orders. Now we can feel, like, proud that we, you know, we did something authoritative in a position of power. Ethan says, all right, let's move out. It's supposed to be my line, though. This person might skip gameplay. Yeah, looking at there's only 2 videos left, and one of them involves the credits. And they're all like less than 10 minutes. So they might just go right to the next cutscene. We're probably not gonna see any gameplay, which means we won't even see the boss fight, man. It's gonna suck. Obviously I fast forward to everything else, but I would have wanted to see the boss fight. I don't know if we're gonna see that. Hiru, I was trying to remember his name, says, say, Chris. Yeah? Can't you let us take a transmitter? You still want to play hero? Tyler says nothing. He just death stares him. He just says, I don't mean to complain or nothing. It's just, Karen is real important to the unification point. Yeah? We could handle Area A, no sweat. No says, what do you think? While the 3 of us take care of Area A, Squad 1 can wait here and switch with us when we're done. Interesting. Dell says, we wouldn't let you down. So they want to leave Karen and Ethan, basically, to stay here, to keep her safe. Karen says, I'm touched that you're concerned, but I'll be just fine. Hiru says, well, it's not just that. Alright, get to the point. What is it, dude? It's just, we really want a chance to show Tyler what we can do, you know? They still want to play hero even without cameras on them. Jesus. No says, we don't want him to have any qualms about leaving us with the land deal. I mean, Lena's gonna go off and get married soon. Oh. Peter says, please, we're begging you. Give us a chance to show that we can carry on and run the family. Yeah, I wonder what Tyler's gonna do. He basically, I mean, him and Lena broke up for the reasons we saw before. And he's giving away the ship to these guys, which means, what is he gonna do? He's just gonna retire and disappear? Go to the Bahamas? Nell says, we won't let you down. Nell says, let us do this. Is it gonna be our choice? Yeah. Tyler says, you guys are a real pain, you know that? What do you think, Ethan? Ethan says, you know, this battle is about more than just trying to be heroes. Oh, he's pissed too, he's not having it.
You suck!
Karen says, now, hold on, Ethan. Calling the kettle black here? Commander Chris is in charge of this mission. Okay, no, she's just deferring to us because it is our authority. Tyler says, I don't think we need to change the plan just to suit these guys. I wonder how this affects the ending. If it's true, you can actually influence the story. Tyler says, but the final decision is up to Chris. Dude. I wonder what would happen. I think I would let them. They want to play hero that badly, fuck it. It's no skin off my back if it gets them, you know, hurt or killed. If they really want to do it that badly, I'd be like, yeah, sure, fuck them. Let them prove what they got to prove to themselves. You know, because they're right. It would keep Karen safe. I wouldn't want her dying right at the end. You know, right at the finish line. I think I would let him. Hugo says, well, Chris, what'll it be? I'll go with the Vol brothers to area A, or the Vol brothers will give backup, which was the original plan. So you're basically picking your party. Because you're going with whoever leaves this area. I wonder what they're gonna pick. Also, if I'm with them, that means nothing's gonna happen to them. We'll be fine, right? Unless something happens in a cutscene. If I'm with Ethan and Karen, though, same thing. If we leave them behind and something happens to them while they're sitting here. Oh, that's a tough choice. Now I'm not really as confident anymore on my earlier choice, because I forgot I'm going with whoever leaves. But my gut says I would still go with them. Yeah, I'd still take the Vol brothers. I'd be like, alright, fine, come on, you idiots. Ethan and Karen can handle themselves, I guess. They can stay here. For now. Plus they said they'll switch out, right? They said eventually when they come back, they'll switch out with Karen and Ethan. And then we'll go off to do the next part of the mission, so... Yeah, I think I would still pick that. Why? I'm not really sure anymore. My gut's just saying I would pick that. Let's see what they pick. They picked the other option. The Vol brothers will give backup. So I'm assuming that means they stay here like we originally planned, so we're telling them to fuck off. Not the option I would have picked. Let's see what happens. Aw, they're sad. They don't get to prove themselves. Inu says, I see. Novel says, oh well. Do says, that's too bad. And then the music immediately changes. Ethan says, don't feel too bad. I know what you three are going through. Yeah, because he wanted to play hero at one point himself. That's why I said pot calling the kettle black. Tyler says, protecting the land deal is just as important to the future, you know. He says, right. Tyler says, sorry for all the trouble, Commander Chris. That's all good. Hugo says, we should really get going now. Yeah. I'm really curious about that other playlist now. Can the story really play out differently? It's gonna be interesting to see. So here, we might have skipped gameplay. Yeah, or this could still just be the natural flow of the cutscene. Sometimes they would just, you know, they would fight monsters off screen. You wouldn't even play anything. Ethan says, we finished faster than I thought we would. Karen says, I don't suspect Squad 2 is done yet, do you? Ethan says, I'll find out. Go for it, dude. Get on comms. Ethan says, Hugo, Tyler, can you hear me? We're all finished here. Hugo says, that was fast, Ethan. There's no need to rush, you know. Tyler says, we'll need a bit more time here. We won't hold you up, though. The teams were a little uneven, perhaps. Ethan says, yeah, well, what can I say? We're the dream team, after all. Oh! He's gassing himself up. Oh, shit. Lumia says, don't press your luck. Tyler, we can't let them beat us.
You son of a...
Go get him, Lumia. Tyler says, your sister has a lot of fight in her. Of course, Ethan's just like, bruh. Tyler says, you go on ahead to the control room and get Karen ready. We'll be finished by then. Ethan says, sounds good. Karen says, see you at the control room. Also known as Busy 310 is... Okay, yeah, they skipped the gameplay segment. Because this is... They're saying right here. Right cross base D. This is a save point, basically. We're halfway through the mission. Can't leave or else it resets. You get a little player hub to do character management, save, whatever. Well, there's no saving. Well, I think it still did that, but... and then you start the second half. They edited all that out. Alright. No problem. I hope they don't edit out the actual boss fight, though. That's what I'm worried about. At the very end. Laia says, Laia here. I gather from Tyler that things are getting along smoothly. Yeah, maybe. Dave says, I assume Karen is safe? Yeah. Karen says, I'm fine, Headmaster. There's no need to worry. You're also off busy trying to grab Laya's ass now, too, instead of mine, so I'm relieved. That's what I assume Karen would say. Like, he's leaving me alone at least, because I'm way the fuck over here. Karen says, Commander Chris and Ethan are doing a fine job escorting me. Laya says, stay safe out there. Ethan says, we're gonna head for the control room soon. Laya says, you'd better keep a cool head. Ethan says, don't you have any faith in me? No. Dave says, it's not that, Ethan. You and Chris are both essential to Karen's safety. Ah, this is true. Laya says, but above all, Chris is the commander. Don't ever question a commander's orders. That's right, I'm superior to you now, Ethan. Karen says, Laya's right, Ethan. It's the duty of those in the Mobile Defense Force to follow the orders of the commanding officers. And that includes former instructors. Ha! Wait, Karen, are you trying to say you have authority over Ethan too? Yeah, exactly. Ethan says, fine. Looks like everyone outranks me here. Yeah. Laya says, that's enough joking around. The advanced unit hasn't been to the area you're heading into yet. We don't know what to expect and we have plenty of time. So take it slow. Ethan says, understood. Rycross Confinement System Control Room. We got Doom music. Karen says, there it is! The donkey is online. Nice name. Ethan says the control device. Mushy mushy. Karen says, sorry, we're late. We got here just now. Laya says, great. You made it in time. Laya says, you're safe. You really had me worried. Karen says, sis. Lou says, Dean's relic site here. We have completed preparations. Everything's going a little too well. Lena says, here at MoTube, everyone's been waiting. Right, Mina? Mina says, yes, I'll do my best, Mr. Weber. She's also trying to prove herself to Ethan, you know. To Ethan in particular, because, you know, he wants some of that Ethan-ussy. Ethan says, it's great to hear you all. It's great to hear you all again. Yeah, we got literally everyone that has survived up to this point. Every character is here, doing their part. You know, it's Avengers Endgame style. Laya says, everyone is standing by on the comm channel. Go ahead and start. That was very hard to read. It's the background that's fucking with it. Karen says, understood. It's time to change, Karen. Do your Sailor Moon thing. Magical girl transformation. Ethan says, don't you need to put on the maiden's clothes first? Yeah, there you go, see? I timed it right. Ethan knows. We still have some time. I mean, she can magically change like that. Karen says, no, Ethan. Hmm? I was like, huh? And then Ethan did it too, huh? What's up? Okay, we get the slow camera pan, like with Lumia earlier. Karen says, I'm not here as the maiden, but as an individual. Having an identity crisis. She wants to be herself for a change, even if only for a little bit. She wants to save the world as herself. She says, I want to be here as Karen Era, praying for peace. Nice, I support that. You go, girl. Laya says, I think that's a good idea. I'll respect it. Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
Maya says, well said, Karen. It's a nice metaphor for identity crises and all that, too. Lou says, good luck, Karen. He's smiling. Lena says, I don't really get it, but I'll do my best. Mina says, may the holy light guide you. Ethan says, I'll be watching over you here, Karen. You better. You're her man, dude. Don't let her down. Karen pauses. She stays quiet. She says, all right. Here we go. Do your thing, girl. Karen says, citizens of Garal, can you hear me? The unification point will be upon us shortly. Photons can create any miracle if our hearts are strong enough. What's up with the music? Karen says, please think of the important people in your life. Feel the connection between us that transcends race. We're making a spirit bomb. Pray. Pray that peace returns to the Garal system once more. The three lose. Even they're praying. If we can bring our hearts and minds together, we will surely overcome. She's on a roll. Let's do it!
You son of a bitch.
Seemed fitting at that point. Part 4 or 5. Starting to look like there's not going to be a boss fight. Just going to see the scenes, basically. Maeve says, it's time. Watch your hands and keep them to yourself, fool. Because Lia's not looking at him right now. Lia says, all right, people of Garal. I want every person from every race to become as one. The dream. He says, the radiance of photons, the light in your hearts. Use them to drive the seed back to where they came from. Here we go. How much of a budget they set aside for the finale? Oh, shit! There's the confinement system. It's working! Holy shit! The seed dying.
A test.
And Snake just died. Right across confinement system control room. Holy shit, that was a hell of a light show. Better than last time, that's for sure. Did that do it? Karen says, Ethan says, Karen, are you alright? Karen says, I'm okay. I'm just tired. And no shit. Ethan says, we did it, didn't we? Karen says, yes. It's over, Ethan. Kurt says, this is Alliance Military Fleet Headquarters. We've confirmed the elimination of all hives in the system. We did it! Maya says, you did it, Karen! Well done! I couldn't help but use my own excited and happy voice there. Instead of Maya's. Close enough, though. Karen says, thank you, sis. Lena says, we really did it! Lou says, mission complete. Well done. We saved the world just like that. We did it through the power of friendship. As always. Ethan says, Chris, we did it! Yeah.
You son of a bitch.
That's my response, I guess. Leia says, you all did a great job. All that's left is for every... safely. You're breaking up. Are you on Verizon, Leia? Leia says... oh shit.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Karen says, what is it? Not like Dark False was gonna go out without a fight. Come on. Oh, he's talking to us. He says, you insufferable fools. Ought to be Hauser. Ethan says, whose voice is that? What do you think? We were just talking about him. I must insist that you all join me. He wants us to join him. Confinement system, distorted space. He's taking us with him, basically. To wherever the hell the confinement system takes us. I transcend all things? Also, this is disappointing, because this is literally just a reused boss fight. It's just the second half of the Magashi boss fight from episode 1. The second phase. Second form or whatever. That's all this is. Ethan says, Hauser, you don't know when to give up. That's why. I kind of called it. I was like, don't tell me it's Hauser. It was him. Karen says the unification point was a success. The world. Both of them, I guess, are saying this. Garal will not fall to the seed.
You bastard son of a bitch!
Tell him, Karen and Ethan. They both said that together, so very anime moment. Kick his ass! I just noticed this person's level 161. A couple levels higher than Cater's was. Literally just 2, though. I mean, when they showed Hauser's body in that last scene after Orson died, I was kind of like, what if he's, you know, they're gonna pull that last second thing where he's not actually dead? And he's just waiting to make his appearance now. The enemy is called Dark Faults, though. Look, it says, right, it's right there, Dark Faults, level 60. So Hauser turned into Dark Faults, essentially. But it's just a reused second half of the first game's end boss fight. What did he say? He was saying futile, futile, futile. But it is. You're fucked.
You suck!
Rycross Confinement System Control Room. We did it! Don't think that this is the end, he said. Well, I guess they didn't have a budget to make another actual original boss fight for Dark Vaults. It's just reused from episode 1. That must have been kind of mildly disappointing for people when this came out, I bet. All that build-up, you know, these patches came out over the course of 2 years. The standard, like, what used to be the standard expansion schedule cycle for FF14. But yeah, like 2 years and then that. You just refight the second half of the boss, the final boss in episode 1. It's like, alright. Ethan says, are we back? Yeah. Karen says, alright. Karen, Ethan literally says the same thing. He says, Karen, are you alright? Karen says, yes. Ethan says, we need to take a break, but what's with this shaking? We already defeated Dark Vaults. Karen says, I'm fine. You don't look like it, girl. Tyler says, all parties evacuate at once. Place gonna blow? Rogues, Guardians, Alliance military, and anyone else left. Ethan says, Ethan here. What's happening? Tyler says, Ethan? Rycross is about to collapse.
What? What?
Ethan says, what did you say? Tyler says, Commander Chris and Karen are with you, aren't they? You need to evacuate immediately.
Fuck!
Ethan says, all right, I hear you. Ethan says, Karen, we need to get out of here. Karen says, okay. Fucking run! Of course she can't. Karen says, that took too much out of her, man. Ethan says, Karen! On top of having to fight, you know, she did the unification point thing, so... Ethan says, hey! Karen, look out! Oh, this better not be going where I think it's going. Great, now we're injured. They're on the wrong side of this. Karen says, ugh. Ethan says, Karen. Karen! Karen says, Ethan says, are you alright? Can you stand up? Karen says nothing. She says, Ethan, just hurry and go. Ethan says, are you nuts? Yeah, he's not leaving his lady behind. Karen, that's not, you're not getting, no. Karen says, or Ethan says, I'm not leaving you here. And Karen says, Ethan says, I'm never leaving you again. Attaboy. Karen says, Ethan. He passed out, I think. Just closed her eyes and went quiet. Ethan says, Karen. He pauses for a moment. Chris, do you read me? You've got to get out of here. I like this, man. I can't do that. I'm not leaving you, man. Both of you. Ethan says, I can't leave Karen behind. Please try to understand, Chris. I can't leave you behind. Shit. I'll go get help. Just hold on, man. Ethan says, that's crazy, Chris. Just get out of here. Ethan pauses. Shit, is this really how it's gonna end? Landale Bridge. Hugo says, Chris! Chris has regained consciousness. Tyler says, are you alright? Hugo says, Laya, Chris has come to. Laya says, that's good to hear, Chris. I'm glad at least you're safe. Hugo says, I'm so relieved, Chris. Laya says, you did well. I want you all back here in one piece. Ethan and Karen? Hugo says nothing. Hugo says, I'm sorry. We were lucky to find you passed out in the rubble, but... Nell says we weren't able to locate Ethan or Karen. Hugo says, I can't believe this. Doe just sniffs. He's crying. Nell says, please forgive us. It's a miracle we were even in time to save you. And Doe's just crying loudly. Wah! Tyler says it's too bad. Hugo says, I just can't believe it. Ethan and Karen. Lumia says, as long as you believe, then no miracle will be too great. She's not giving up on him. Hugo says, Lumia? Maya says, please everyone, think of them. Lou says, then our wish can come true. Hugo says, everyone, look over there. No way. Did the power of friendship really save the day? Are they alive?
Huh? This is... Karen. Karen!
Ethan... Where are we?
I don't know. But you... At least we're alive.
What the hell? They're flying through space?
What's this all about?
It's Mire.
Oh, no way!
The
Hold
seeds...
on,
It's Mire.
I talked over her.
The seed's darkness is gone. And the girl system is saved.
That's great news.
Yeah. So, you're done now. Time to go home.
It's a goddamn miracle.
Look!
Huh? The Landale! Everyone. They're all right.
I'm so glad.
Damn, dude, Mirei's soul came in clutch.
What we've always fought for. I'd gladly do it again. For you and all our friends.
I don't know if that was the same voice actors or not, but Phantasy Star Universe Ambition of the Illuminus. And there it is. Their voices did change a little bit. If it was the same actors, but holy shit. I was actually like crying tears of joy there. I thought they were dead. It actually got me. Like I actually thought that was how it was gonna end, with their sacrifice like that. But Mirei came in as a Deus Ex Machina and saved them. Through the power of magic and friendship. In classic Final Fantasy fashion. They lived. If they had actually died, I was just gonna, you know, do this, like the whole, you know, people take their hat off and they put it in the chest, you know? I almost kind of did do that, but they survived. They didn't die. They made it back home in one piece. Yeah, that actually got me. I really thought like, oh my god, are they actually dead? It was a little bit sudden and abrupt. We didn't get much of a resolution. You can tell they were kind of just like running out of time. Because this credits scene, I mean, we've seen it before. It's the same one from episode 1 and episode 2. They could have done like a montage like at the end of Legend of Dragoon where they show what everyone went on to do with their lives afterwards, you know? But instead they just do this again, so it's kind of like, well. I guess it's just all in our imagination now. What they went to... Well, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. I was saving until the end, which we're now there, to say this, but there's actually 2 sequels to this game. They're called Phantasy Star... I think it's just called Phantasy Star Portable. But I could be wrong about that. Let me see again. Let me check my notes. Yeah, Phantasy Star Portable 1 and 2. They're actually sequels to this that were released for the PSP. They continue the story, the same exact universe and everything. I'm not going to be doing all that, but if you guys want to check it out, the story does continue in those games. I'm satisfied with this ending though. This is pretty cool. There's also a game called Phantasy Star Zero, which came out for the Nintendo DS, which is allegedly a prequel to this. It's allegedly a prequel to this in the entire Phantasy Star Universe franchise. That was a beautiful ending though. Like I said, I wish I had more resolution to it. It seemed a little bit like kind of rushed, like, oh hey, they survived. That's it. But with what they did what they could with what they had, and you know, having Mirei show up to save them like that, her soul. Like, it was, you know, it was alright. It left me feeling good. Like I said, I actually started crying like tears of joy right there. I actually choked up pretty hard. I was insanely happy that they actually survived. This music is powerful. It stands up, honestly. Presented by Sega. The end. And that's it, everyone. That's it. It ends just like that. Let's just say thank you for posting this 10 years ago. For now, I could still enjoy the whole story through it. Really good memory for me. It's 4 years ago. 5 months ago says thank you for the playthrough. 11 years ago, the credits music, so much nostalgia. I can't. Oh, they got emotional. Yeah. I can see that happening. 11 years ago was 2014. So 2 years after the server shut down. That person was really feeling it. That was great. That was yeah, it was a beautiful ending. I like that. Alright, so that in and of itself, because I rambled way too much at the beginning, honestly, took an hour and a half. But now I want to see the extra stuff. Like, what the hell is this shit? The Magashi plan? Was this some kind of side quest thing? Also, it's in the wrong order. Look, it says the intro's right here. The video, yeah, it's in the wrong order, but I guess we'll skim through this and see what the fuck this is. And then when we get to the stuff we've already seen, I'm gonna put it at like 16x speed unless I see something drastically different happen. So we'll just zoom through all these until we get to where is it? The one where I might just skip all the way to, yeah, all the way to here, where it seems like in chapter 7, the Rycross Road one, it seems like there's different story paths. Seems to be what they're implying, so let's watch the Magashi thing and then check that out. Let's see. Wait, hold on. Got something. Okay. Okay, so we've never seen this before. What is this? Work has begun in order to install photon generators for the confinement systems on each planet to prepare for the unification point. This during episode 3? As if to obstruct this work, a large number of seed have begun to attack throughout the Goral system. Yeah. As the Guardians build photon reserves by gathering mushrooms, they are also carrying out large-scale missions to stop the attacks. Right? A message has just been received from Guardians assigned to an eradication mission on Motub. Okay. So some kind of side quest they must have released during episode 3. Whoa, this is very smooth and widescreen too. Okay, the volume's obviously way higher. Let me turn it down. Oh! It didn't even... Okay, doesn't work on this video apparently. This is just how loud it is, alright? Holy shit. Wait, actually no, I just realized that I had this tab open before. I gotta refresh so that the plugin actually works. Also, I can close this one at least. Yeah. Plugin. Playing FF14 too much. Add-on, I should say. Yeah, it is actually fucking loud. Yeah, I gotta turn it down a little. Alright, I'll just use the natural video player's volume thing. If it's already at 100, yeah. Lou says, there you are, Lisa. I will outline this mission for you. Oh, she's like ChatGPT, she can make outlines. Alright. Okay, it's at 50%, I might even have to lower it more, but... Lou says, presently, the majority of Guardian's forces are focused on a series of large-scale eradication missions. However, We've received word from the Mobile Defense Force on Motube about the discovery of what is believed to be Illuminus remnants, occupying a former Alliance military facility. With the loss of their unifying force, Hauser, the Illuminus is not currently considered to be a threat, and the eradication missions are still our primary focus. However, though it is unconfirmed, reports have come in that... Yes? Renvolt Magashi has been sighted. I mean, he has like 1 million bodies, so... He says if it is true that Magashi is afoot, we cannot ignore this matter. It's too dangerous. Oh, I like this new character. I like her design. What's her name again? Lisa? Lou says as a clone of Hauser, there is a danger that Magashi could become the new leader and the Illuminus could be reborn. You want me to take him out? At this stage, it should be a job for the intelligence section. CIA. However, they are all tied up in the eradication missions. As is the majority of the Mobile Defense Force. For this reason, we are asking you to handle this mission. Alright. As you have already fulfilled your personal quota in eradication missions. Alright. The Beast Girl, it looks like, based on the ears. Mission explanation. This is a single-player mission of high difficulty. The story will unfold as the Shred... What? As the Shred the Darkness event progresses. Oh, this was an event quest! Neat! There's no reward for clearing this mission. However, the item drop rate is higher than normal missions and the creatures are stronger. The mission is over if you become incapacitated. No escape dolls. When replaying, you can skip scenes you've already viewed by selecting the option at the mission's start. So this was an event quest. This is neat. Lou says this mission involves infiltrating enemy areas on your own. And is extremely difficult. This was meant to be like end game, post game shit, basically. You got like a level 200 character, I'm guessing, or something like that. Lou says I will help you in whatever way I can from headquarters. Well, that's interesting. But please do not overexert yourself. I wonder if this was released like as a sort of filler between episode, well, chapter 7 and 8 maybe, it sounds like, because they're talking about the setting up the confinement system, so I'm assuming this is after chapter 7. Maybe it'll explain how Hauser just came back out of nowhere at the last second and became Dark Vaults.
We will choose to fight.
One last time, unless they skip it. They're probably gonna skip it.
For a world beyond.
I knew they would. Episode 3 side story, the Magashi plan. Alright. Interesting. If they had actually played the intro, I would have done this without having to pause, but now I had to pause because they skipped it. I'm gonna grab a water bottle real quick. Outside. Alright. I'm good now. Let's get on with it. No. Former AMF facility, block A1. See what this is about. This must have been on a high-end PC because it's running very smooth. The frame rate, I'm not used to this. Also the widescreen. Lou says, Lisa, can you hear me? Yeah. What's up, Lou? It appears you have successfully infiltrated the facility. Please wait a moment while I scan the area. Lou says nothing, and then she's confused and surprised at the same time. Lou says, please be careful, Lisa. It appears that there are a large number of seed forms within the facility. I mean, that makes sense. There were no reports of this. Why all of a sudden? Well, it can't be helped. Please continue the search for Magashi, while eliminating the seed forms. There is a possibility that our communications will be monitored. So I will refrain from contacting you except in emergencies. Please stay vigilant. Alright, let's kick some ass. Trial start. We didn't get to see what it was, but you know, obviously just fight your way through. The Magashi plan scene 2, Helga. So, this other video up here says the left path. I don't know what the fuck that means. There does seem to be different epilogues for this. Let's watch this, and then we'll jump back up to this one, and then go to this one again. Maybe. Actually, let me read the description. They don't say much. I'm probably trying not to spoil. May 15th of 2009. So yeah, this was released a little bit before the final chapter that we just watched. May? This is still like almost half a year before, well, actually this is before, because I believe the second to last chapter was released just a few months, or like 2 months before. Yeah, Road to Rycross was September 2009, so this is actually before Chapter 7. So this is after Photon Harvest, which was December of 2008. So since they made players wait almost like 9 months, a full pregnancy, to get the next chapter, they gave them this in the middle of that waiting period to keep them appeased, I guess. Grog? This? The hell? Magashi with... who the fuck's that? This random person over here says, you're a tough little nut, aren't you? Magashi says, pfft. You having trouble there? I don't know who this is, but they say, I think they saw us. It never ends with you Guardians, does it?
You bastard!
It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Helga. Helga Newman. Helga Newman. I trust you'll remember me, Lisa. Who the fuck? Is it so strange that I know your name? Yeah, because I don't know you, motherfucker! Well, we are famous at this point, though, so actually, you know, shouldn't be that strange. Yeah, there it is. Helga says, your reputation precedes you, you know. You said we've met before, though. What the fuck are you? Or perhaps you're just being modest. To come this far, you must have had to defeat all of those... Pause, champ. terrible monsters by yourself, huh? With such strength, I wonder if that makes you the real monster. Okay. Not the first time someone said that about me. I think they say something very similar in FF14's dialogue at some point too. Oh, and those creatures? Yeah. I sent them out to toy with him there. Toy with him there. What? I mean, you turned your back on him. What'd you expect was gonna happen? He's gone. Helga pauses. And then she sighs. He got away, thanks to you. Well, it doesn't matter. In the shape he's in, he won't make it out of here. What's your beef with him? You have business with him too, no? Yeah, I came here to kill him. Then it's a race to see who gets to him first. Who the hell is this person? You'd better hurry or I won't leave much for you to find. The last name sounds familiar, but that's a cool ass weapon. Pursue the escaping Magashi. Alright, so now we have an issue. Based on the titles, it seems like there's different things that can happen. But the videos are kind of out of order. So I don't know if this would make more sense first, or if this would. This one says the Magashi plan left path. Magashi lives. This is what happens if you don't fight him. I mainly put this into the playlist as a bonus. If you felt like seeing the event version, spot the few differences. So this is what happens if you don't fight him. You can choose to fight him or not. What's this? What does the description say for this one? This is what happens if you take the left route. Is this an alternate scene to the one we just saw? Let's see. My instinct says to go with this one first. Magashi says... He's fucked up. There's Helga again. Helga says, "Oh, I lost." Oh, okay, so this does take... Good, my gut instinct was right. This takes place after the scene we just saw. Magashi says, "Helga! Where's Rachel?" I haven't forgotten his voice. There's no way I can imitate it, but... I mean, I can't imitate any of them, but, like, I can't even come close to what he sounds like. Helga says, "You won the race, Lisa." I guess that's why they call you an ace guardian, no? Actually, it's just because I'm asexual. But... Just kidding. Helga says, "But as long as that puppet is turned into scrap metal, I guess it doesn't matter who got here first." Well, you really hate him. And there she goes. Oh, never mind. She just moved 2 feet. What'd she just do? Oh! Oh, this puts into context what I think we were just watching before I switch to this video. Helga says the final stage is set. I'll watch from here. So go ahead, fight amongst yourselves. You're kind of, sadistic, aren't you? Helga says, "Oh? What's this? Don't you remember who your enemy is?" Right, you Ada Wong wannabe. Your goal is to eliminate Magashi, isn't it? Or are the Guardians so soft that they refuse to fight a wounded enemy? You should know he looks ready to fight you with everything he's got. Nice teleports. Magashi says, Helga, although it infuriates me to play right into your hands. It would seem that this may be my last stand. If so, then rather than falling prey to one of these creatures, I would rather fall by the hand of a powerful adversary like Lisa. He's determined to fight then. Let this be a heroic final battle. Helga says, yes, go ahead. Hack each other to pieces. Sadistic, yeah, I was right. Very sadistic.
You son of a bitch!
Try out that 16x speed. Look at this shit go. You see the little play bar? Holy shit. Dude, if I still had my old slow internet connection, I would not be able to handle this. $16x speed is insane. And we're back to where we were, just like that. Okay, so this is what happens if you choose not to fight him. So I guess you just actively choose not to attack him then. Right after that scene we just saw. We just dodge his attacks and try to stay alive, I guess.
Activate!
Magashi says, here I come, Lisa! Helga says, I expect you'll put on quite a show. Do make it a good one. Holy shit. The flamethrower.
I will crush you!
Level 160. Lisa's 150. Dude, her voice. Oof. Shit does hurt. Magashi says, don't hold back, Lisa. Is this all you've got? Don't make me laugh. Helga says, this is boring. Come on, entertain me. We're going pacifist route.
Activate!
Holy shit. Oh, it still hit. There was one last little attack there at the end. Okay, so we ran out the clock. Now what? You're both fucked up. Helga says, Guardian, what is this rubbish? He's pissed. Is it sympathy? Helga pauses and says, Magashi says this body does not have long. I don't know what you are planning, but I'll see to it that you finish this. This ends now! Lou says, please wait. Wait, he heard that?
He's pulling his cock out!
Malachi says,
What?
what?
What the fuck?
Helga says, huh? Now's your chance to run. Lou says, Lisa, are you alright? Communications were being jammed inside the facility, so I've come here myself. Magashi says, you again. It doesn't matter. I'll fight both of you. Why are you so desperate to die all of a sudden when it seemed like you were trying to run away from Helga? Lou says, please wait. This facility will soon self-destruct. There it is. Magashi says,
What?
I almost called him Ocelot for some reason. Well, I'm serious. That's why my face did that. I was like, why did I almost call him that? Lou says, I believe it is of Helga's doing. She must have urged you two to fight in order to gain time. In any case, our first priority is to escape. I have already seen to it that Tonio and Leo have evacuated. They were here? Helga says, aw, this is no fun. What a talkative little puppet. Still. Lou says, Helga says, now you can't escape, can you? Oh, great, she locked the door again. You were careless, guardian puppet. Lou says nothing. Helga says, the classic bad girl laugh. You're all so very foolish. Well, you can amuse yourselves by fighting until you all blow up. Wow.
You bastard!
Magashi says, ha! You're the foolish one, Helga. Why's that? What do you got? Helga says, what? Magashi says, you were bait. You planned to die so you could kill Lisa. Helga says, yes, that's right. I'm no match for Lisa in a fair fight at the moment. But this is the will of the seed. So you're just one of their puppets? And I am replaceable. Damn, alright. Ain't afraid to admit it. Magashi says, so you are completely replaceable? That is pathetic. Not too different from you, though. You have like 1,000,000 bodies running around. You no longer think for yourself, but bow to the seed's will. You're a mere catalyst. You have no interest even in your own death. You may call me a puppet, but you lack any sense of self. You're the puppet.
You suck!
Helga says, ha! Nonsense! Spoken by scrap metal. Now they're, arguing over sense of... They're arguing over sentience and self-awareness. I don't know. Helga says, you speak of self? That's nothing more than a bug in your personality program. You became sentient. Lou says, that is not true. Oh yeah, she can relate to this. Even a copycast is capable of having a heart. Yeah, we saw this in episode 1. I'm glad they're actually following up with that on that. Where the Lou that died She let out a tear before she died. And the Lou that was alive and saw her die was like, that doesn't make any sense. You know? Magashi says, heart. Such a tired platitude. The game is aware. But it's not such a bad thing. Oh. You think a little bit more highly of it now, huh? He's like, I guess having one is not so bad. Helga says, heart? Just the mere thought makes me physically ill. Ridiculous! You good? Lou says, Helga, you of all people should know. Like the heartbeat sound. Helga says, no what? I think it skipped a little. What the hell was that? I think she just said ugh, but there was something else there. They tapped the button too fast. It just said ugh, my... Yeah, the player must have tapped the X button or something. I guess he said my chest, my head, I don't know. She says stop! 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 Lou says, what is this? What the fuck? Those are gigantic. Also, there's a lot of droop on them. But yeah. There's a lot of droopage, but what's with this transformation? That hairstyle looks familiar though. Now I know where it came from. Those dairy cannons are kinda saggy, but humongous. Ain't nothing wrong with that. I like how she went from like... She was at least a foot shorter. Yeah, she grew a foot taller and her chest went from being like almost flat to this. The evil anime girl or magical girl transformation. They suddenly become hotter. To a certain extent, I gotta say, I'm not really into I'm not really into the old or the new design. Like what she looked like before and now, it's alright, but Helga says if I have to keep talking to this lot, I think I'll go crazy. I need to get away from here. What the hell is up with this chick, man? So this says Magashi Lives original version. Lou says, Helga, stop! Oh, she's out. She left us locked in here with these guys. Magashi says, I have no choice. I will assist you. Hey, he's part of our team now. See, I almost did the...
Bitch.
I almost went with that old joke of, oh no, she's hot. But again, like, I was like, not really. Like, I like the hair, but the rest was kind of, you know, I couldn't really put my heart into that one. So that's why I didn't say it. That's why I just stopped and went, she's got big tits now, I guess. That's all I had. I was just... Okay, so this is the epilogue of that same path, I'm guessing? Says Magashi Lives epilogue. Quote unquote, Magashi, what are you? Okay. There's another epilogue that says what was wrong with Helga. I'm guessing that's if you fight him? Or maybe this, I don't know. Let's find out. This looks like, well, yeah, picking up from what we just saw. Magashi says, and that went by fast. I never imagined I would fight alongside guardians. Lou says, indeed. Like, she didn't see it either. Magashi says, but it would seem we are completely trapped. Yeah, looks like we can't leave. I would enjoy continuing our earlier battle, but I seem to have completely lost interest. That's contradictory, isn't it? He says he would enjoy it, but at the same time he's lost interest? So, would you enjoy it or not? Like, I mean, that's the definition of not enjoying it anymore. Or the idea of it anymore if you've lost interest. Lou says, your lack of interest does not concern me. We cannot allow you to remain active. She's like, we're still gonna kill you. You've sacrificed many lives. You must face retribution. Damn! Lou's out for blood! Prepare yourself, Magashi. He's like, I'm gonna fucking kill you myself.
You son of a bitch!
But of course Lisa got in the way. She got between them and... Lou says, what are you doing, Lisa? Like, no, don't fight. We don't have to fight anymore. We're all friends now. Come on. Chill out, dude. Magashi says, bah! It seems that something is troubling Lisa. What is it? Out with it! Rachel's location. So we can either say, what are copycasts, or Magashi, what are you? Magashi says, my, you ask such rude, probing questions. He's laughing. But whatever, I will humor you. What do you got? The Magashi units were formerly attached to the Endrum Collective. Under Hauser, we manipulated the Alliance military for the... Lost champ? Illuminus from the shadows. As copies of Hauser, we faithfully followed Hauser's will. Though over time, unaware amongst ourselves. Though Hauser's orders were followed, we didn't always accept them fully. The first time we had that sense of self-clarity was... Ah, yes. It was the day we were first defeated by Ethan Wayburn. The end of episode 1, I guess? Hauser's intention was to turn all eyes in the Graal system to the... House champ? Endrum Collective. During the premature celebration of the partial success, during Champ, the unification point, we worked toward the creation of hives. The seed virus and Sochi in secret. All three of those. For that purpose, we wanted it to be perceived that Renvolt Magashi was dead, and so we stayed out of the spotlight. Lou says, however, one of your units was driven by revenge. He turned into a seed form and confronted Ethan at the Egam Holy Grounds? Is that what it says? Yeah. So that's... Okay, so when he's saying... Yeah, when he's saying that they were defeated, it was when Tyler and Ethan teamed up against him. And then Tyler ends up stabbing him in the back, and then he explodes after laughing. And then, yeah, what Lou just mentioned, the fight where Magashi turned into... One of the Magashis turned into a seed form and attacked him at the Holy Grounds, was still in episode 1. It still wasn't the final boss fight. It was the big reveal that he was still alive, quote unquote. Near the end of the game, but not yet. And he was like 10 feet taller as a seed form, yeah. Okay, so they were supposed to have just... At that point, he wasn't supposed to be in the game anymore, but then, you know, he wanted revenge against Ethan, so he came back in seed form, defying Hauser's will at that point. Alright, I get it. Hauser says that's right. You were there with Ethan, weren't you? Yeah, Lou was there for that fight. The seed form fight. The first one, not the one at the very end of episode 1, at the very end of the game. Magashi says, that was the first time I disobeyed Hauser's orders. I used the seed's instinctive drive to stop the unification point. And he didn't order you to do that. And used an experimental seed form to attack Ethan. So that was you? Like, out of all the Magashi units, that was you? He says, and was utterly defeated. Lou says, but you appeared before us again. Magashi says that's right. Because I acted on my own will. Hauser intervened. He took direct control of my thoughts and actions, moving me to a hive to drive seed virus research. However, while I was pretending to obey, I became aware of a transmitter Professor Taragi. Oh? One of the kidnapped researchers was in possession of. Where's this going? Excuse me? He says, I decided to ignore it as I believed that Ethan Weber would follow it to the hive. Lou says, you are persistent. And so he's mentioning why he let Ko's tracker stay on, which led to the revelation of the hive that we end up destroying and try to rescue Ko from at the end of episode 1. Alright. He's going way back with all this stuff. That was such a long time ago. They really didn't want to leave any plot holes, man. Even ones that weren't really plot holes to begin with. Magashi says, I used the power of Dulk Fakis to challenge him again. And he kicked your ass again, yeah. But was unable to claim victory. The Webers are definitely a force to be reckoned with. You met the father too or something? When Hauser was still a person. Within the organization, there was someone who was always one step ahead of him. The Ark Guard. Oh yeah, he never did mention anything about that name. He was jealous of Olsen Weber. Right, yeah, that was Olsen's, like, codename, yeah. And that's why he complimented the Webers, yeah, plural. He says, I came to think that perhaps my obsession with Ethan Weber... Ah, it stemmed from him because he programmed you to be like him, like Hauser. Yeah. Came from Hauser's influence, yeah. That makes sense. Oh, they really thought of everything, didn't they? Magashi says, when I realized that, I lost all feelings of vengeance. You became aware, and you were like, I'm just playing into my programming. Fuck this shit. Yeah, I'll wait. Magashi says, however, after ignoring his orders twice, Hauser did not forgive us Magashi units. He judged that there was a bug in our thought programs and eliminated all Magashi units, removing only a sample of Dulk Fakis data. And started mass-producing a new series. The ones that attacked the colony at the end of episode 2, I'm guessing. These new Magashi units did not have the same experience, and had rather low combat abilities. So they were inferior copies, though they served as a stopgap. They served as a stopgap measure until the seed cell-based clone technology was perfected. I'm guessing Helga was trying to eliminate the last of the first series of Magashi units, which is this guy. Because that was what Hauser wanted. Since at this point Hauser's probably fused with the seed, it became the will of the seed for them to be destroyed. That explains what Helga was doing. But who the fuck is she, and why is she like with part of the seed also? What the fuck? Lou says that must be why the Magashi units we have fought recently, like the ones in episode 3, have been relatively easy to defeat. They were literally just regular ads, yeah. They weren't even boss fights anymore. Magashi says, however, a single unit of the condemned Magashi units escaped Hauser's destruction and successfully transplanted his memories into again. The new models and was able to masquerade as one. That's you? Me. There it is. Now where's Rachel? No, okay. I've fucking ran that into the ground. Lou says that means that though you are a copycast, you have a sense of self. He's aware. Sentience. A heart? Magashi says, well now. I don't know if this is a heart or just a programming glitch. But you know, don't you? Yeah, Lou, you went through the same kind of character arc. I can see why Lou's part of this. You can actually relate to Magashi because there's tons of copies of her running around. And yet she discovered the concept of, like, heart, I guess, by the end of episode 1. Magashi says, but this need to fight, this pride. Yeah? This belongs to no one else. That's why you hold on to it so much. That's what your identity's tied to. That makes sense. He says, this is mine. There it is. Lou says, Magashi says, it begins. What? What's going on? Oh, the place is blowing up. We're fucked. That's right, I forgot. Lou says, Magashi. Magashi says, escape. Over there, while you still can. Find Rachel. I had to do it one last time. Lou says, what will you do? He has wings. He can jump over this. I will follow Helga. Or yeah, he can do that instead. I need to repay her for her interference. I have no further use for you anyway. Magashi says, Lisa, until we meet again. Doesn't happen by the end of episode 3. They didn't make this side story connect with the actual main story, unfortunately. At least it doesn't seem that way right now. Lou says, Lisa, we have to go now before it is too late. Lisa was like, I want to save him. Too bad. I guess we won't be seeing him again. Maybe in some kind of fan fiction. Later down the road. The party managed to escape the explosion in the nick of time, but the fates of Renvolt Magashi and Helga Newman remain unknown. That name is so familiar. Helga Newman. Did I just forget who this character was? Obviously she looks... If it is someone we saw before, she obviously looks very different, but still. He's saying that. The Guardian's intelligence section determined that no further progress could be made and the mission was declared over. But a deeper mystery remains. What is Helga Newman? As darkness shrouds the Goral system, the days of returning peace still appear to be a long way off. And then 1, 2, 3 months after that. So 4 plus 3 months to be exact, because 4 months after this is when they released that, chapter 7 and then chapter 8, which is the finale. Let me see the description one last time just to make sure I didn't. Is there any elaboration? No. Alright, let's see this other epilogue. It says, what was wrong with Helga? How do you get this answer? I never saw this answer choice. Okay, so I'm not gonna reread the old dialogue already. Let's see. So he's like, I never thought I'd team up with Guardians. Lou's gonna threaten him again. This one's quieter. Quiet enough to put it at 100. Same dialogue so far. When she says you must face retribution, it just reminded me for some reason of Wesker going, the human race requires judgment. I don't know why. Okay, so this is still the same. Are we gonna have a different set of answer choices? There's a third option. Yeah, we didn't have this option last time. What was wrong with Helga? Let me see the description. Does it say why there's suddenly a third option now? The new question that's only in the non-event version of this mission, along with the escape. Oh, I see. So this started off as an event, and then they eventually just made it a permanent side quest story mission you can do. And when they did that, they revised the script a little bit and allowed you to ask this question now. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if there was a follow-up story, side story that actually dealt with Helga or not, or if that just got dropped completely. So see, this video is in March 10th of 2010. So at this point, the final chapter's been released and everything. Like the final chapter when we just finished episode 3, right? A little while back. Like it's done now. And then I guess they released they re-released this in non-event form as a permanent little mission until the servers were shut down, obviously. And they added this extra dialogue choice. All right, this is cool. Seems like we did a good job watching this in the proper order for it to make sense. Miraculously, because they didn't put it in the right order. No, there was only one video that was out of place, I think, on the playlist. Okay, so what was wrong with Helga? See what kind of dialogue we get now. Magashi says, as you yourself heard, she is a clone made of seed cells. Also, it would seem that when one of them dies, yes, their memories are transferred to the other clones. So she's just one of the, they're just explaining her off as one of the, like, subjects of the cloning process that Hauser was doing. Using the seed forms and everything. Magashi says, apparently there was an occurrence of the clones going out of control when the memories of one of them was transferred. Her backstory is starting to sound a lot like yours. I heard that part of their memories were encrypted by Hauser. What we just saw probably had something to do with those. Pause, champ. Encrypted memories. I imagine she must know more about those memories than I do. Lou stays quiet. Oh, that was significantly shorter dialogue. Alright, and now we're back to this. Lou says... And Magashi says it begins! Lou says Magashi. Magashi says escape over there while you still can. Same dialogue as last time. And Lou says, what will you do? Magashi says, I will follow Helga. I need to repay her for her interference. I have no further use for you anyway. And the same as last time. Lisa, until we meet again. And Lou says the same as last time. Lisa, we have to go now before it is too late. So what else are we gonna see now? Apparently the escape sequence? Run!
A test of your reflexes!
Time remaining 300 seconds. Reach the objective before time runs out. Holy shit! Also, that's a cool ass attack. Fucking helicoptering forward. Lou says only 300 seconds remain until detonation. That's really cool. Our escape route has already been secured. Not really, we have to kill these guys. Please avoid unnecessary combat. Okay, never mind, you don't have to kill them. This is what we missed. Unless there was no escape sequence in the event version. I don't think so, though. Dude, the fire is making everything so laggy for them. It's not the video, it's literally... their game is just lagging so fucking bad right now. Lou says, we are almost there, Lisa. Jesus! Get destroyed. Seed Venos. The one that Hugo turned into. I guess you do have to fight these ones. I was thirsty as fuck. I can feel myself drying out, so. Trial cleared. Reached objective. The party managed to escape the explosion in the nick of time, but the fates of Runvolt Magashi and Helga Newman remain unknown. Okay, so that's a plot hole that they created at the last second and then never plugged up, I'm guessing. As far as I know. This is the same as before. Yeah. A deeper mystery remains. What is Helga Newman? As darkness shrouds the Graal system, days of returning peace still appear to be a long way off. Maybe they did plug this up, but not in this game. Maybe she, maybe Helga appears as like a villainous entity in, the sequels. Phantasy Star Portable. Because, here, let me check my, my little data thing over here. My ChatGPT research. Not the release date one, the release timeline of games. When was Phantasy Star Portable? Yeah, this claims that Phantasy Star Portable is a different universe, but I've heard people call it a prequel to this one, so I don't know. Anyway, Phantasy Star Portable came out in 2008, and then Portable 2 was 2009. So even though there's sequels to this game, they came out, both games came out before they even wrapped up Episode 3. So by the time you're playing Episode 3 of this game, you're pretty much just playing prequels at that point. You're playing prequel chapters to these games that already came out way before. Because Ambition of the Illuminus came out in 2007, and then it took until the very end of 2009, excuse me, for them to release all of episode 3 in patches. During those patch cycles, when they were drip feeding the story, they also released these 2 games that were meant to be sequels. And it's not like they completely spoil everything how episode 3 ends. I'm guessing they don't, but I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt they would spoil all the details, like Ethan and Karen being alive, but I don't know. If they do, that's kind of shitty, because then if a hardcore fan played those, then they already know Ethan and Karen were never going to die at the end by the time they released the last chapter of episode 3, you know? Either way, maybe that's probably what this is. Maybe this ties into Phantasy Star Portable. Like, maybe both this Magashi right here and Helga might appear in that. They replied to a comment that doesn't exist anymore. I have no idea about that. I wish I did. I have Phantasy Star Portable, but no PSP. Well, I really need to get one soon so I can play it, and then Phantasy Star Portable 2. See, so they were probably asking about it. The same question I just had. But for some reason their comment is hidden. Or it's gone. Maybe they deleted their account or they got banned. The person who asked that this person's, that the uploader is replying to. And Vortex Lisa. Oh well, it is what it is, I guess. Alright, well, fuck it then. That takes care of that then. Well, if you guys do want to look into it yourself, Phantasy Star Portable, like I just said, is the sequels, so you can go watch those. I'm actually going to move on to the next major release, though. I don't really want to watch more story or try to get an emulator going for a PSP game, honestly. Yeah, the only time I've done that was for Final Fantasy VII, the one with Zack. Yeah, I forgot the name of it already. Because they remastered it and released it on PS5, that's why. I was not gonna, you know, when it was still just on PSP, before FF7 Remake came out, the first one, I just literally watched a YouTube video series of the entire game's story like this. Just like we're doing here, basically. It's just a compilation of the cutscenes. But yeah, I'm not that hardcore of a Phantasy Star fan, so I mean, I didn't even watch or play through the first 4 games that were on the, you know, that released in like the 80s and 90s. So yeah, like, I'm happy with how it ended here and now. I think I'm good. I'm not going to watch Phantasy Star Portable 1 and 2 or whatever the stories on this stream. That's not the game I'm going to start tomorrow. I'm more eager to start that, and that's partially why. That's part of the reason why I'm like, nah, I'm skipping that. Anyway, I'm going to set this to 16x speed until it gets to chapter 7. I want to see how fast it gets there. But while it does that, I do want to get up real quick just to take a small break. So this will kind of be like my BRB screen, I guess, for now. I'll stop it when it gets to... do that there. Yeah. I'll stop it when it gets to chapter 7, which is where we need to be. I don't think it'll take that long. At 16x speed, I assume we'll get there within literally a few minutes. But yeah, I might use the restroom. So go ahead and just feel free to skip ahead. If you're watching this on YouTube, if I don't edit it out. I might, though. But yeah, I just want to see how fast this goes at 16x. So I'll just let it go, and then I'll be back in a bit. I just didn't fuck with it. Oh my god. Alright. Fuck it. I'm done taking a break, so... I got all the way to chapter 3. That's something. Yeah, let's just wrap this up. Let's see. Back to... There we go. Dude, listen to how it sounds. The music and everything is so fucked up at 16x, the sound effects. Alright, enough of this shit. So apparently the only one that looks like Yeah, it only looks like everything after Photon Harvest is where it looks like you can actually get like different story paths, it seems. I mean, nothing before that is titled as such, so. Hey, look at this. It says Rycross Road. Yeah, it seems like it only happens in chapter 7. Lumia can help out, I guess. Yeah, let's start from Rycross Road part 1. See if there's any context to why this happens. I'll read the descriptions of the get back to normal speed. Well, oh Jesus. Hold on. Hella loud. Unstable volume.
Hi! Garage Channel 5 Headline News. I'm your newscaster, Hal.
Hal.
Today's top story, Fungus Among Us.
Fungus Among Us, hella sauce.
Do you know what this is? This odd little mushroom may be good for more than just your salad.
That's what I focused on instead, because I do actually eat mushrooms with a vegetable soup that I eat every day. I didn't, until literally right now, I didn't realize I could have made an Among Us joke too.
Special fungus contains
Trying
a
to get the
high
volume right, hold
concentration
on.
of photons and is found only in a certain region of New Days. As they are effective in raising the output of the lattice
Okay,
shield
right
system
there.
photon generator,
Very loud
the
shit.
Guardians are currently involved in large-scale harvesting
what are
of
the,
these special mushrooms. However, while the setup of lattice shield
What is it with the titles being different on the mission select and title screen?
system photon generators is proceeding favorably,
There it is. Fungus
the
Among
photon
Us.
recovery from these
Mogus.
harvested mushrooms is below the targeted
Should have
amount.
knocked out the rogues.
As of now,
Even this person
it
didn't
is
do
too
that?
close to call whether
Yeah, I
or
would've
not the
fucked them up
confinement
too.
system can be completely activated.
This is the one
with
where they punch out Tom Rain. Yeah, I would have fucked them up too.
adequate
All right.
photon energy in time for the
Speed this shit up. I'll look out for any. There probably won't be anything different though. I'm also gonna look at the comments. I did pick to help Tom Rain, but I want to see what happens if you actually punch him out, but it seems like nobody did that. We're recapping everything in super fast forward. Yeah, like that. Okay, so what does part 2 say? No description. Always remember in battle to use and exploit the weakness of your enemy. Spoken like a true tutorial NPC. Thanks. Random commenter. Okay. So it doesn't look like anything is different here. This is like an acid trip. This is how fast it's going, you know? Okay. No description, no comments. This is also whatever. I'm waiting to see if the description at some point says something like, you know, you can make the story play out differently here if you do this or that. Looks like nothing like that's gonna happen until this part here, where it says that Lumia helps out. Or helps Lu. It's the only part in this whole playlist where it implies that things can go differently. If they actually... Oh my god, this conversation. The marriage proposal. Laya butts in the funniest fucking way. You're gonna sweep me off my feet, Romeo. This was very enlightening. Dude, it went on for a while, yeah. Holy shit. She teases the fuck out of him. He's never gonna live that down. Then this too, with Tom Rain trying to play matchmaker with Mina and Hyuga, and she's like, I'm obsessing over Ethan though, not Hyuga. Alright, let me see. Man, everything looks so right. I can't believe Guardians got all weird when the Portable series came out. Well, we got a minor spoiler. I mean, when you make a sequel after a game has a super happy ending like this, well, obviously you're gonna have to make things go wrong again. Otherwise, you ain't got nothing. Unless it's gonna be a slice of life sequel. Anime sequel. Okay, here we go. Look, it says part 6. Look, there's a fork here. Lumia should help Lou, or Lumia should stay with the doctor. There's 2 choices you can make, and it actually changes how things go. There's the 2 video links for the choice you make. Lumia helps Lou, or Lumia stays with the doctor. Interesting. They put them both in the playlist, right? Let me see. Lumia helps Lou, or she stays with the doctor. Okay, so we can slow it down here. Let's see. So this decision actually has an impact when Laia tells Lumia that she should just go back to HQ, and then you get the final say on it. So yeah, she said, I thought the plan was for me to stay and you to go back. Laia says she has work to finish. It's because she's evaluating us to be a commander. I know the choice is coming up soon. Okay, the doctor's gonna stay. Lumia says, wait, please let me stay here and help out. I hate just waiting around doing nothing at headquarters. So last time, what did we... Obviously, we just told her not... Yeah. So Laia says, what do you think, Lisa? And then here's the choice. You should stay with the doctor or return and help Lou. The last time we told her to return and help Lou. That's why the doctor had nobody. Except some generic AMF soldier with him when he died. Yeah. So they actually, the video's still running. They actually decided to freeze frame pause and let you make the choice by choosing the video in the description. They made it a choose your own adventure. Damn, maybe we should have just watched this playlist instead. But there was no gameplay. I know I fast forwarded through most of it, but for some segments I feel like that would have taken away some dramatic impact. Because there was, you know, there was actual in-combat dialogue and for some parts where that was relevant. So this is Lumia helps Lou. We've seen this one. This is the decision from before. Yes, helping Lou run support at headquarters is a fine job. You do understand how important that role is, don't you? Yeah, we saw this dialogue already. Lumia says, yes, I understand. Okay, so we've seen this. We'll go to the next one and then we'll see how it changes if Lou actually stays with Tom Rain. No comments, no description. Alright. See through this. Maybe they just got feedback where people were like, we want our choices to matter, and so at the last 2 chapters of this episode they finally made it so that they matter. Okay, here we go. So this is if we actually let Lumia decide to stay with the doctor. Yeah. Laia says, alright, I see. Laia says, that's a good point. There was that incident on Motube. Yeah. The doctor needs a guard. That is a rational decision after that happened. After his last near-death experience. I don't know if he still dies. He probably still does. This could just still be another illusion of choice thing. But you get to see an alternate scene, maybe? Laia says, don't let him down, Lumia. Lumia says, no, I won't. Thank you.
Son of a bitch.
Tom Rain says, no, thank you. Even he's happy relying on her. Alright. Lumia says, but are you sure you'll be able to finish your task? Now the dialogue's the same. Yeah, I'll take care of it. Go, Lisa. Sorry about that, show us the way. Same shit. Alright, so let's see what happens now. Well, they did have some combat segments then. For some reason, they just decided to skip the, They decided to skip the combat segment for, Oh, shit. No, they still skipped. Never mind. They showed some, though, at least. Yeah.
That was pretty good.
Okay, the audio is actually a little bit better. Compared to the previous playlist, I mean. Alright, now we're getting to see extra content. We didn't see this before because Lumia went back to HQ. Dude, the frame rate is so fucking smooth. It's fucking weird. Look at this. It's so smooth. Starman says, there. We go. All that's left is to wait for the president and the others to restore power. Lumia says, well done, Doctor. Please take a break now. You have a 14-year-old schoolgirl who's actually dressed like a schoolgirl, protecting you as a bodyguard. You're in good hands, Tom Rain. By anime logic, you're in good hands. Tom Rain says, whew, thanks, Lumia. Whew. I must be getting old. I can't stay on my feet for too long. And raise this up a little higher. Lumia says, would you like a shoulder massage? That's very kind of her to offer that. Tarmain says, how kind of you to offer, but no thank you. Must be a cultural thing. Like in Japan or something. Like you have to offer that to your elders or something. Maybe. Maybe it is. Tarmain says, you're so young, yet such a fine guardian. Okay, this volume's good. Lumia says, oh stop. I still have some ways to go. Off to a good start though. Lumia says, I'm always getting in Lisa's way. Aw, is this how she felt? Armin says, don't be so hard on yourself. How old are you anyway? Well, I just said 14. Well, she's about to say it. But yeah, that's sad. See, we never got to see this. This was a much better choice. Maybe we should have just watched this playlist from the beginning. Well, if I ever rewatch this again on stream, I'm going with this playlist now. We'll go with Lisa. But yeah, I never knew Lumia felt that way. I guess, yeah, she actually dropped some big hints about it, but still, like, she's too hard on herself. Poor Lumia. Lumia says, I'm 14. Carmen says, I see. I might have had a granddaughter your age by now. I was about to ask that same question. Lumia, yeah. Where is your family, Doctor? Yeah. I had a feeling she was going to ask after he said that, so I just didn't say anything. Carmen says, well, I've never been married. That's why he said I would have. But he never hooked up with anyone. My parents and siblings, they've all passed on. Damn, he's all alone. Parents, siblings, never got married, and then all of his fellow scientists have died, too. Literally all alone. Lumia says, I'm sorry, Darman says, no, don't worry about it. I think at this point, it's better this way. Lumia says, what do you mean? Tarmain says, because of me, countless lives have been lost. The crime I can never fully atone for. But at least this blame can't be passed on to any of my relatives. That's true. People would do that even if it's unfair. That I can be thankful for. All that's left is to die an old man. You're gonna die a hero, man. You're gonna die a hero. He says, of course, in the meantime, I will do what I can to atone. Lumi says, that's so sad. Please don't talk like that, Doctor. She's basically saying, listen, I know you're old, but don't fucking die, dude. You still got days ahead of you. You still got a chance to be happy. Don't give up on yourself like that, fool.
You bastard!
Oh, she's crying. Darmain says, Lumia? You made her cry with your hopelessness, fool. Lumia says, I mean, haven't you suffered enough? The guilty conscience of what he did before, you know. And now you're trying to save the world, ignoring your own injuries. Wow, that actually hit home, because that reminds me of somebody in my own life that does that. Not saving the world per se, but always puts others first. Doesn't care enough about themselves as much as they should. Lumia says, you have to find happiness once Girl is at peace. See, she demands it. Don't say that all that's left is to die. Just don't. You must live. You must allow yourself to be happy again. No matter how much time you have left. The time you have left to you is precious. Don't forget that. And Tom Rain says, thank you, Lumia. Don't waste whatever time you have left. That goes for anybody. Tom Rain says, I do indeed look forward to Girl at peace. Lumia says, right? Then maybe you can be a grandpa to me. Aww, that's so sweet. I've never had a grandpa, and ever since I was little, I've wanted one. Look, see? Now you have someone to live for. Now you can't just go martyring yourself for your cause, dude. Now you have to live. This is actually very... What a beautiful scene. I can't believe we missed this. We should have just watched this damn playlist. But I didn't know there was going to be branching paths. I literally had no idea. I should have paid more attention to this playlist. But I didn't want to, like... Okay, so the thing is, I didn't want to spoil shit for myself, so I didn't really look at the titles for the videos when I was previewing these playlists before we started all this. That's why. That's a problem with avoiding spoilers. Tom Rain says, Grandpa Tom Rain? Look, see, he's getting emotional. Then he says, yes, Grandpa Tom Rain. Oh my god, this is too wholesome. Tom Rain says, so maybe I will have a family after all. If he still dies, it's gonna hurt so much more now. Thank you, Lumia. Suddenly, I have the will to live again. Life is too precious to let go, man. Fight it with all you have. Lumia says, now let me be a good granddaughter. Hey, are you alright? Oh, great. Who's interrupting this beautiful moment?
You bastard! Surprise, motherfucker.
Assholes. What happens here? Who this? Okay, so this is new. Oh, maybe this is one of the surviving guardians from the control room that gets overwhelmed. The soldier says, ugh, so many seed forms. The control room... and the team on standby. They were wiped out. Yeah, just like we heard last time. Except last time we didn't know until well after. Because Lumia didn't stay. So we didn't get to see all this happen. This is all new. Lumia says, what?
What?
He says, it's too dangerous. Get out of here. Hey! That dude's dead. Wait, did someone say something? No, I thought there was like a dialogue box I missed. I forgot their name, but they said we just need a little more time though. Are they the one who ends up next to Tom Rain? They are, right? Of all the times for communications to be down! There's nothing we can do. All civilians, please follow us. We need to abandon this position. You're Lumia, aren't you? Can you take the lead? I'll take the rear. Lumia says, yes, I understand. Oh, this is how Tom Rain's gonna die anyway. He's gonna wander off on his own. Lumia's gonna lose sight of him, and he's still gonna die by himself. Wait. Tom Rain says, wait! What about the confinement system? No one's in the control room anymore. No one alive. That isn't a seed. Even if Laia and the others manage to secure the power source in time, if we don't activate the system, then we won't have a second chance. But we won't be able to protect everyone here. Twice as many men were guarding that control room. And they were wiped out. That is a good point. But I mean, we're all gonna go extinct if we don't do this. Unfortunately. Tom Rain says, then I will go to the control room alone. You may evacuate. I don't remember the name. They said, that's ridiculous. I can't let you do that. We can't afford to lose you here, Doctor. Tom Rain says, if we can't activate the confinement device, it won't matter if I live. Because all of Garal will be doomed. That's kind of what I was just saying about a second ago, yeah. I was like, if we don't do this, we're all gonna die. It's guaranteed. Like, that system has to be activated. This person says, but... No buts. Lumi says, I will protect the Doctor. Tom Rain says, Lumia? Lumi says, please, let us go to the control room. She wants to be a good granddaughter. They said, there's no time, so hurry and watch yourselves out there. The video's about to end. We're not gonna get to see how different the rest of the scene is. Unless that's somewhere else in the playlist. Let me see. I swear there was a thumbnail that actually shows... Oh yeah, okay, this is still chapter 7, yeah. Okay, never mind. I thought we were already on, Yeah, these are still chapter 7, never mind. I read it wrong because it says part 8 here. So. Interesting, let's see where this goes. This is Lumia helps Lu. Okay, so this is, we've seen this already. And then this one is what? Lumia stays with the Doctor. Okay, so this version is the version we saw before already in the other playlist, so let's speed through it. Tom Rain dies alone with that generic soldier that if they said their name, I definitely can't remember them. The one that that Lumia was just talking to. Yeah, we saw this. His whole outfit is covered in like dried blood. This is brown. I wonder if that was just their way of like partially censoring it. Because they didn't want to like have, you know, a bunch of blood all over him, like actual like red blood. Okay, so now if Lumia stays with the Doctor, we're continuing off that branched path from earlier. Let's see what happens. Obviously this seems like the better choice. We're getting way more content out of this. Let's see. I wonder if the other person even knew, or if they cared that there was different paths. The other uploader we were watching before. Damn! You go, girl! Fucking Lumia kicked their asses.
Son of a bitch.
That was a lot of sorcerers. Lumia's... She's panting, she's out of breath, she's like... Tarmin says, amazing. You fought all of them by yourself. That's what I was just saying. That was incredible. Lumia says, Doctor, are you alright? You've been training hard. Tarmin says, yes, thanks to you, I don't have a scratch on me. Oh. Fucking button didn't go off. The confinement system activation is nearly complete. Lumia says, that's good. Whoa. Are you gonna hurl? Tarmin says, Lumia? You gonna throw up or pass out? Lumia says, I'm fine, I'm just tired. Don't worry about me. Just focus on the system. Dude, Lumia went full fucking John Rambo over here. Like, she went commando. Like, she took out all the seeds that took out that entire, like... They never said exactly how big the unit was, but they made it sound like it was a lot of Guardians were here and they all got wiped out. And Lumia took care of all of them on her own. What's this? I sensed something was up. Disembodied voice from somewhere else. And sure enough, here you are. Who's talking to us? What's going on? Lumia says, huh? Oh! This is where Helga first appears. This is why we didn't know who the fuck she was when we saw the Magashi stuff. Because the player we were watching didn't take the right path through the story to introduce this chick. That's how she knew who we were. But wait, does this take place after or before that Magashi thing? Helga says you're like cockroaches that just won't die! Alright, discount Ada Wong. Lumia says, well, what are you doing here? You were... Helga says, I was what? Defeated at the hands of your invincible brother? Dude, is this somebody from episode 1 that just looked very different back then and I just don't remember their name is somewhat familiar to me, but I feel like I'm forgetting who this person was because they look so different now, I think. Is that what it is, or am I missing something else here? What the fuck is going on? Helga says, I'm sick of that speech. Tarmin says, Helga!
You bastard!
Helga says, oh, if it isn't Dr. Tomrain. Gee, it's been ages. I haven't seen you since the Sochi lab, am I right? I'm gonna have to look this up. It's actually bothering me. I need to look it up right now. What the fuck is Helga? Should I use this conversation? No, let me use the other one. It's gonna take too long. Where is it? Story DLC for Ambition of the Illuminus. Yeah, I should. Let's ask this one. Okay. Oh god, how do you spell her name? Shit, I think it was like this. I hope I spelled her name right. Oh shit. Helga is a central antagonist in Phantasy Star Portable. I called it. Yeah. Okay, but she's talking about Ethan, and Lumia seems to have recognized her too. So is this something like did you have to play those sequels basically? In Phantasy Star Universe Ambition of the Illuminus, Helga appears in the side story mission The Magashi Plan, where she collaborates with Renvolt Magashi. Right, we saw all that. Her character is further explored in a motion comic called Shadow of the Art Guard, where her backstory and motivations are delved into. This is basically just kind of a low-key crossover with Phantasy Star Portable, is what this character is. But again, how does she know Ethan and Lumia at this point? Because from what I heard, Phantasy Star Portable's events happened like years after this. So, for players interested in experiencing her storyline, the Phantasy Star Universe Clementine private server offers content related to Helga Newman. How does she know Ethan, though? Helga Newman's connection to Ethan Weber is primarily rooted in their shared involvement with the Guardians organization and the overarching conflict against the Seed. Okay, so Ethan is a Guardians operative tasked with combating Seed threats. I'm not reading the Helga portions out loud for anybody who doesn't want spoilers for Phantasy Star Portable. I don't really give a shit, so... partially because... I might be watching right now, but... somebody I rated actually spoiled, like, major plot points of those games anyway. I assume they were talking about those games because they were saying about events. They literally explicitly said they were talking about the sequels that happened years after Phantasy Star Universe. I literally just asked something about level design, and they ended up immediately just blurting out major spoilers for the stories of these games. That's part of the reason why I'm... well, no, it actually interested me more in watching them, but again, I kind of just want to move on to the next game I actually want to play. I can only do this, where we just watch a YouTube video, so long, like being a React Andy, before I want to like actually play a fucking game on stream, so... anyway. Direct encounters. During the events of Ambition of the Illuminus and related storylines, Helga encounters Ethan in missions such as the Magashi Plan? Are there a bunch of missing scenes this person didn't put up? We just did that. We never saw her interact with Ethan. She's aware of him as a key Guardians member and treats him as an enemy to be trapped or eliminated. So it's mostly an off-screen thing that she knows who Ethan is, but the whole part of him having defeated her, I think that maybe has something to do with the Magashi Plan thing? Or again, it's probably something implied off-screen. I don't know. This is kind of a mess. Yeah, without actually playing through the Phantasy Star Portable... I think that ChatGPT gave me a video for the ending of Phantasy Star Portable too. The thumbnail doesn't spoil anything, thankfully. But yeah, like, it's just... I guess off-screen stuff happened between her and Ethan just because he's, well, again, I don't really want to say her origins that are being summarized here because it's spoilers for anybody watching this who might just want to find out for themselves by playing Phantasy Star Portable or watching it. So, I'll let you figure it out. But yeah, I guess most of what they're implying between her and Ethan was off-screen or something. Or they just left a bunch of shit out of the Magashi Plan thing we just watched for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue this. So Tarman says, "What are you doing here?" Helga says, "What a stupid question, Doctor. Why I'm here to make sure this insufferable device isn't activated, of course." Sorry, I read that wrong. Why I'm here to make sure this insufferable device isn't activated, of course. Okay. There is only a tiny bit of energy left in this relic site.
You bastard!
Okay. In just a few minutes, even if you are able to restore the power, this device will never be able to be activated again, right, Doctor? Lumia says, "I won't let you. You're exhausted from fighting the Seed already." Helga says, "Fool!
You bastard! You son of a...
Oh shit. Oh, here we go. She transformed, this time without going, you know, kind of batshit. She says, learn your place, you obnoxious child." She,
He's pulling his cock out!
she pulled her tits out, actually. And And that gave her more power, I guess. Lumia's like, fuck! She says, ugh. Tarmain says, Lumia! Maybe this stuff was added later. Maybe like after episode 3 was finished. They went back and added these extra scenes if you choose alternate choices or something. I don't want to look at the comments here because it might spoil the rest of the scene. But, you know, kind of like how they added that extra choice to the Magashi plan thing after episode 3 was finished and they re-released those missions as a non-event quest. Yeah, maybe this came after. Lumia says, I can't move. What did you do? This is how Tom Rain dies anyway. Helga says, don't worry, child. It is merely a kind of paralysis. Oh, I said that hair looks familiar because speaking of the person I rated who spoiled a bunch of shit for Phantasy Star Portable for me, for some reason. Speaking of that, one of the characters on their party, they were playing on the Clementine servers, they were playing this game. One of the members of the party had this hairstyle. Now I know where it's from. I was like, that's a really kick-ass hairstyle. And I will say right now, it looked better on that character than on the character who it comes from. Helga. Yeah, it doesn't look as good as good on her. She says, be thankful that I have left you conscious. Now you can watch the doctor's, no, the Goral system's final breaths. Those are some veiny milk jugs. I like how they actually put that detail on there. You can actually see veins all over her chest. Like right here, there's veins all over it. It's like, okay, we get it. Somebody went in there and was like, make sure to add that detail. Yeah, make them look a certain way, you know? Like it's like bruh. Lumia says, stop, please, doctor, run. Her veiny tits will paralyze you too. Tarmain says, wait, that's enough, Helga. What the hell are you gonna do? Helga says, oh, you wish to beg for your life, do you? All I need to do is press this key to activate the confinement device. One step further and I'll press it. She seems confident. Oh, not so much now. She says, ugh, don't pretend to be clever. What do you want? To be spared? Obviously not gonna happen. Tarmain says, my life no longer matters. Here comes the sacrifice. If this mission fails, then there will be no tomorrow. Also, if you really want to know the full story behind certain things happening during these patches, you actually had to have been playing Phantasy Star Portable alongside these patches being released for this game. He says, so answer my question. Helga pauses and says, very well. Tarmain says, what is your goal, Helga? You realize this will be the end of Goral. I think that's the idea. Do you see what I'm talking about? Look at those veins, dude. They were like, and with the droopage, like, give the appearance that they're filled with milk or that she's basically a MILF, essentially, is what they were going for with this. To the last detail. Helga says, like I said, a stupid question. The end of Goral is precisely what my goal is. Tarmain says, is that what the seed? No, what Dark False wants? Even he wasn't sure until this point. But he already read the stuff, of course, and she's surprised by that. Helga says, how? You seem to know too much, Doctor. I must kill you after all, it seems. Uh-oh. This is where he dies. Tarmain says,
What?
behind you!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Lumia says, Doctor! Doctor! Why can't I move? Because you're paralyzed. Told you. Move just an inch. Helga says, man, what a shitty way to go. How unfortunate, Doctor. Nothing but regret awaits you in the next world. Tom Rain says, no, I win. How so? Helga says, what?
What?
He pushed it before you got him.
Surprise, motherfucker. You suck.
You got your ass. Dean's Lake closed area. Is this back where our main characters are? Yes. We're back here. This music though. This scene's gonna play out like before, isn't it? Yeah. We saw this yesterday. There should be a team there. I'll contact them. I was just about to report. Due to a seed form attack, all the guardians are dead in the control room. Hold on. Yeah, that's a very well designed character. I like this character. That's just pretty cute. They did a good job on that one. I should an order to everyone in the relic site. First one to reach it activates it. Okay, so this is all the same so far. Central passage. This is all playing out the same at this point. I wonder if Lumi is going to tell them about Helga, though, when they get there. I'll read the comments down below just to see if anybody puts more context to this. Okay, we got new stuff again. Like, maybe it's, maybe these scenes were added afterwards. I don't know. Like, after they finish episode 3. Like, the whole Magashi plan thing, having an extra dialogue choice added to it later. Helga says, "Ah, you planned this, you old fool!"
You son of a bitch.
Tom Rain's in an awkward position. To her, I mean. Tom Rain says, relative to her, I couldn't find the word relative. The confinement system had already been activated, you see. Got him.
Surprise, motherfucker.
But I just needed a little more time. So the energy from the underground plant could reach the system. Not much hair physics, but it seems Lisa and the others have done it. Looks like he wins. Helga says, "No, this is impossible." Ah!
Fuck! I got poison!
Get fucked, Helga. You and your saggy, veiny ones. Your saggy, veiny tits. She's gone. They said there's like multiple copies of her, right? Something like that. She's part of a cloning thing, so it doesn't surprise me that she just died right here. It's like, obviously there's other Helgas out there, and one of them is like probably the final boss of, you know, Phantasy Star Portable. By the way, the acronym fits. Phantasy Star Portable, PSP, and it's for the PSP, the PlayStation Portable. Nice coincidence they got there. They probably were pretty happy about that, them and Sony. Lumi says, "It's beautiful." Those are supposed to be Tom Rain's last words. Laya says, ah. Then, same as before. Confinement system has been activated. Yep. Just in time. And we're gonna fight the dragon. This is where they reveal the commander thing. Yeah. See if Lisa, not Caters anymore. See if Lisa was capable of being commander or whatever. Well, Lisa's definitely easier on the eyes than, you know, Tom Rain was. Or Tom Rain. Caters. Tom Rain. I mean, I think almost anybody is easier on the eyes than Tom Rain. I mean, no offense to Tom Rain. I mean, he was about to die and give his death speech or whatever, but you know. I'm not into dudes and I'm not into old men either, so sorry, Tom Rain. Beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. I'm sure there's somebody out there who's into... what they call them? Not gilfs, right? That's grandma. I mean, it fits for grandpas too, though. I don't know. Gilfs. This stream is going all sorts of directions. Alright, so this is with Lumia. Oh no, Lumia stays with the doctor. Okay. Oh, hold on. I forgot to check the... well, actually, let's finish watching this because there could be spoilers in that comment section. Okay, this is all the same. Maybe. Hold on, let me slow this down. I thought this was gonna be the other approach. I thought this was gonna be the, where Lumia's not here and she went back to HQ. Tom Rain is not with you. So far the same dialogue. He's manning the reactor. No one's there. Tom Rain activated the confinement system, and then she says the success rate was very low. Nothing about Lumia yet. They're not mentioning her. Not yet. She's obviously gonna be there though this time. For the scene. Yeah, now Lumia's the one lying next to him. Yeah, alright, here. Let me go back to normal. He's back to being covered in blood again, even though he wasn't when we last saw him and Helga got killed. Tommy, well, Laya says, Doctor, this was completely reckless. Same as before. Nothing about Lumia yet, though Kurtz is checking on her. And he says the same as before. The odds weren't, as long as the odds weren't zero, he had to try. Okay, here we go. There's new dialogue. Carmen says, how is Lumia? Kurt says she's alright. She's merely unconscious. There are no major injuries. Tarmain says, that's good. I couldn't bear it if I cost anyone else their life. Same dialogue, because last time it wasn't Lumia, it was the other person. They also lived. Okay, the rest is going to be the same. You can't die on us either. Yeah, Lumia's been removed from the scene. So the rest of this is going to be the same. They're on a limited budget. They're not going to change too much, you know. I'll speed it up. This scene really got me yesterday. That scene made me cry pretty hard for a moment there. I was surprised at it myself. I was like, damn, usually I react like that at, like... with, like, FF14 cutscenes. So I was like, this game actually got me. I was quite impressed. Yeah, this is the same. Oh wait, no, Lumia's still here, so Ethan might say something. Same dialogue so far. You can't avoid death. Doesn't mean it's not worth trying, man. Life is too precious to let go. I won't get to see the future, what the future holds for all of you, but I'm happy to be able to die at a high point. Same dialogue. I'm surprised even Ethan hasn't said shit about his sister lying over there in a heap. It's kind of awkward. He's just focused on Tom Rain. They couldn't even add a little segment of him being like, Lumia, and then Kurt's being like, she's fine, you know? The same last words. He wants to see the light of hope. It's beautiful. The light of hope. It's not a photons, but photons. That will be our salvation. Aw, he included Lumia. She's passed out and isn't hearing any of this, but he still said her name. He named everyone, including her. Good, I'm glad they added that. And then Lisa, the main character. And he's gone. The other person we watched just happened to time the dialogue boxes perfectly with the music there, that I think that's really what hit it home for me too. Because this time it wasn't, it was off a little bit. So. This is still the same storyline if Lumia stays with the doctor. Still more altered scenes. Although the dialogue's not that different. Moment of silence. Pick it up a little. Same thing. The Guardians, Lisa and Lumia will be accompanying him. Hey Lumia, are you listening? Okay, this has to be new because she's probably lost in thought about Tom Rain's death. This is yes. Snap out of it. You aren't the only one who's sad at the loss of the doctor. Jesus. She says, yes, ma'am. Considering the conversation they had right before he died, pretty tragic for her in particular now. She kind of got attached to him, you know? Wanted to be his granddaughter and all that. Now he dies right after. Good. Okay, it went back to the same dialogue now. That might have been the only difference. I want you to stay on top of Lumia. Okay, this is new. I'm just not good. I can't get through to her. There's gotta be something I can say. Something presidential. You're looking at it the wrong way. She needs a friend right now, not a president. She says, I feel like such a failure. There it is. You're just a person, Laya. Failures happen sometimes, you know. And that's what Lumia needs, is just a person. Ethan! Laya says, Ethan! Eavesdropping is a nasty habit. Cut it out! Did he do this before? I remember somebody eavesdropped before. I can't remember. Well, I mean, she did it too. What the fuck, the calm thing with Tonio? But yeah. Like, well, Ethan says, sorry, I wasn't planning to eavesdrop. I saw that you two were still here and figured it was about Lumia. Good deductive reasoning. Laia, are you gonna remove her from the mission? Laia says, no, I'm not. Ethan says, I see. Good. If you were, I was gonna ask you to reconsider. Laia says, but why? Doesn't it bother you to see your sister facing such danger? Ethan says, sure it does. But when I saw her just now, it reminded me of myself. When I was still a rookie, I failed to protect someone under similar circumstances. Oh my god, I totally, yeah. It went full circle right there. See, that is a much better choice. Because, yeah, then she goes through the exact same pain that Ethan went through in episode 1 when that other doctor guy dies at the hands of Magashi. Yeah. Now Lumia got to experience the same exact thing, basically. She was powerless to stop it. And she's the one who talked him out of being, like, really sad and mopey about that, too. At that time. Ethan says, I couldn't get over it and couldn't find motivation to do anything. Yep. And she helped you out. Lumia was the one who encouraged me then. Yeah. Thanks to her, I am who I am today. Laia says, yeah, all Guardians face something like that eventually. Someone dies on you that you were supposed to protect. Ethan says, so if she's serious about being a Guardian, then I want to support her any way I can. Damn, he's a good older brother. But that's not my job anymore. Looking to us. He says, Lisa, please. Bring Lumia back from the edge of darkness if you can. This is such a much better outcome. It makes Tom Rain's death that much more significant. Do we get an extra scene with Lumia now that we didn't get before? Yeah, we do. Okay, I'm starting to choke up again now. Lumia says, Doctor? Hmm? Lisa! Calm down or don't hold back. I think I get what they mean. I would say don't hold back because I think they mean like if you're gonna cry, do it. Like it's good for you, just let it out. You know, like you're safe. That's what she wants to know, is if she's safe to be vulnerable like that in front of you. Good choice. Lumia says, okay. Lisa, may I ask you something? Go it. I admired my brothers, so I joined the Guardians. Then I met many people like you who I should aspire to be like. I always told myself I'd do my very best. Recently, I'd felt like I could have some more confidence in myself. But I was completely wrong. I couldn't protect Dr. Tom Rain. I told him when there was peace, he could be like a grandfather to me. I kind of messed up, there's a typo there. But then this happens! Right after, yeah. He was killed right in front of me and I couldn't do a thing but watch. If I were better, if I were stronger, he wouldn't have had to die. I'm a horrible guardian. Dr. Tom Rain is dead and it's all because of me. But Lisa, that's not even the worst of it. It's so much worse than that. When I woke up and saw that you'd saved me, even though I'd heard that Dr. Tomrain had died, I only thought of myself. I was only relieved that I was still alive. I hated myself for that, and I vowed to focus that anger on the seed. Lumia, nobody can blame you for that. Like, you were facing death in the face. I think it's pretty normal to feel relief that you didn't die. I can see why she feels guilty that she didn't immediately feel something for Tomrain's death, but it's just... that's a heavy situation. Like, there's just so much going on. A near-death experience like that, and then you just hear that Tomrain's dead, and you're still trying to process the fact that you almost died. I mean, nobody can blame you for that, Lumia. She says, but it's no use. I'm terrified just thinking about facing the seed. She's lost her nerve. I can't imagine facing that danger again. I've come back alive from some pretty dangerous missions. But it's only because you protected me, Lisa. She feels powerless. I'm so stupid. I've only realized that now. I always barged forward, but I really didn't know anything about myself. I'm too scared to go to Rycross. What should I do? Crying. Tell me, Lisa. I think I would say we'll go together. That's definitely the more encouraging option than just saying I'll go alone. There we go. This player knows what's up. We'll go together. And Lisa, or sorry, Lumia says, aren't you scared, Lisa? Of course, that's only normal. I mean, we might die there. But we'll die if we don't do anything also. I'm sure that Helga will show up again. A monster like her, it doesn't matter how many times you defeat her. You can't win. Even you or my brother could die. Wait. No. I don't want you to die. This poor girl is all over the place. No, I won't accept that. She's really going through it. Obviously. Lemmy says, no, 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 no! I would say I'll stand by you. We must fight is also encouraging, but I think that one's a little bit more reassuring. There you go. I'll stand by you. Lemmy says, oh. That snapped her out of it. I'm sorry. Yeah, she was freaking out. Sometimes you just have to be a shoulder for someone to lean on, or in this case, a rock that doesn't budge in the middle of a storm. For somebody who's being kind of swept up in one, basically. She's in a tornado of emotions. You just kind of have to be that rock for her to hold on to. Yeah. Lumia says, please give me some time to think alone. Damn. That's pretty rough. Still the same video? Yeah. Guessing we just waited here for her. Oh shit. What was that? Power just went out? Lou says, I'm in. Respond. Pretty fuzzy. Lou says, Lisa, I am glad you are safe. Yeah, what the fuck's going on? There is an emergency. A woman matching Helga's description infiltrated the colony. and managed to escape after causing some damage. Fortunately, the facilities only suffered minor damage. It was Helga. However, please listen, Lisa. Lumia has been abducted by the enemy. What the fuck?
What? What? What the fuck?
Appropriate reaction by Lisa. She freaked out. They only did like a small gesture, but that's because your character doesn't have like a voice or dialogue that you don't give them. They can only do so much, you know. Same in FF14, your main character will only have like, will do like grand gestures in moments like that, but it's just like one thing, it's just a one-off thing, and then the scene continues with other characters talking. So what happens when you have like a silent protagonist that you allow the player to interject their own personality into? You can't really make them do much, because it might take away the player's sense of agency with their own character. But it's a little tough to write around that. That's a completely different plotline, though. Now Lumia's been abducted? I am starting to think that this is all extra content they added, like, after, to give episode 3 more replay value before the servers were shut down or something, and make it tie into Phantasy Star Portable a little bit more. It seems that way. Dr. Tom Rain gave his life to prevent the Dean's Relic site from losing power, so the 3 confinement systems could be activated. Hugo Wright provided LSS photon generators, same as before. Yep, the 4th and final confinement system on Rycross. All worlds are on edge as the unification point approaches. Lumia has been abducted, and her fate, this is different, rests with the approaching final battle. What happened last time? It just said rests with the approaching final battle, but it said nothing about Lumia being abducted. This is completely fucking different. And yet, is there any branching paths for Chapter 8? Like, you'd think after that there should be. But I don't see any. It could be these right here. Sub 3 and 4, Part 1 and 2. I think there's a shit ton of branching paths. Yo, this gets crazy. Yeah, because I'm guessing there's different paths for like if you actually take up the Vol brothers on, if you actually say yes to them. But the whole first half here, the first 12 parts of Chapter 8 seem to be how it normally plays out, maybe? I'll find out. But I gotta go use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back. I will eventually go back and read the comments for the previous branching paths, but since we don't know if they're gonna show what's gonna happen with Lumia in that other like timeline now, with whatever the hell Helga did, kidnapping her. Since we don't know about that now, I'm still gonna wait until we finish this now. I wasn't expecting to watch the entire final 2 chapters all over again. This stream has now gone on to 4 hours. I'm lucky I started as on time because it gave me enough time for this kind of thing if it happened. My stream schedule is currently one where I can do 4-hour streams if I have to, like in this case where something unexpected kept my interest long enough to make me want to keep going. And I was lucky that I don't have any other obligations at the moment past this point. That hasn't been true for most days in the past couple weeks, so I got pretty lucky today. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll obviously edit this out of the YouTube video, so I'll leave this in full screen to remind myself where to do it. Okay, there we go. And I'll know. Alright, we're back live.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Alright, so let's just skip through this, because this is obviously just... I bet this is all just the original, like the path where, you know, Lumia is not abducted or whatever. We'll find out in a minute. Oh shit! Did you see that? The new duds! Damn! They changed up Lisa's look, their character. They changed up they look They're literally wearing the same thing as Laia, but different color scheme. Yo, that's fucking sick. I like that. They actually updated their character's appearance for the final mission. They were into this. Dude, we should have just watched this fucking playlist. But we probably would have been lost on the whole Helga thing. I don't know. Well, maybe it would have made for a nice surprise, but let's see how it ends. There's me now. Yeah, see, there's Lumia. So, yeah, this is clearly the story we already saw. Alright. Part 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This is up to, yeah, it's split up into 12 parts. Oh wait, which, let's skip ahead a little. Did they choose to go with the Volt Brothers plan or not? The big reveal about Dark Faults. Shit, it might be the next video where they make that choice. This goes on for a while. This is where they beg to have a change in assignment. Okay, so yeah, they picked the same thing. They said no. Just like in the last one we saw. Alright. Alright, the rest of this should probably play out as normal. Well, we didn't actually get to see this, actually. That's right, the other person actually... That's at this point, we weren't watching that same person. We were watching somebody called These Nuts. So let me see. What did we miss Karen and Ethan saying at the start of this? Because we didn't see any combat at all. We just went right into the next scene. What does he say? Ethan says, if we activate a certain number of transmitters, coordinate transmitters and secure pathways. Yeah, this person got into the roleplay, man. They actually put on, like, you know, Laia's a different color, but it's Laia's commander outfit, which fits for the rank of commander that you now have at this point in the story. It's kind of neat. Karen says, in an area, it will open the photon pathway. She finished his sentence. They're implying that they're on the same wavelength, you know? Trying to make them a true bona fide couple. Alright, so that's what we missed. Cool. Oh, we missed something else. Probably nothing that significant, but still. Put it at 4x speed like I used to. Oh, maybe I didn't rewind far enough. Oh no, there it is. Oh, Ethan just said, hey, we're not done with this block yet. I guess because they try to move forward too quick. Dido-dido! That takes care of this block. Okay, so just mostly generic stuff. Alright, whatever. Ethan says, this was our mushroom hunting team, wasn't it? It was. Karen says, yeah, now that you mention it. I like how lighthearted their conversation is despite the fact that we're in literally balls deep in hell. Look at that purple line on the map. There are some hard edits in this video. Appears to be some kind of activation switch. There's even active Soteria here. Yeah, the person who made these videos definitely put some love into it. There's edits, the way they dress their character. Yeah. We should have watched this playlist. Karen says, I wish Dr. Tarmaid could see these transmitters. Aww. Ethan says, I know, Karen. I know we missed some juicy stuff. What is that purple line, though? On the map? Oh, you guys can't see it because my fucking webcam's there. That purple line you see there wasn't usually there. At least not before. Not previously. Karen says, we're finished. Ethan says, alright, let's hurry. That was, yeah, that purple line was... Yeah, so you just skipped to this, the other video we saw. When we saw gameplay of the other person, Phantasy Star Universe Xbox 360, that purple line wasn't there. I don't know what the hell that is. Must be some option you can set. Okay, well, we've seen the rest of this. Nothing else new here. Alright, let's see. How many parts left? Still quite a bit. Let's just skip ahead to... There's no other major decision that happens. Right? No, yeah, that was pretty much it. Just the Volt Brothers thing. So I think we can safely skip to... Oh my god, they brought back those traps? Oh, there was another gameplay segment. I didn't realize that was a thing. Alright. I guess I'll see what... I thought that was it, just the part where they get to the room and, you know, and they just have that cutscene and that's it. I guess not. Alright, let's see what they say here. I doubt we missed much, but... Here. Karen says, Lisa, Ethan, keep your eyes open. Hold on, the quality's too bad. Probably because I'm going too fast. 720p. Karen says, disperse and move into attack. Ethan says, of course. Okay. There'll be more buffering, but at least I can read the text. Ethan says, I like you much better dressed like that, Karen. Karen says, I do too. Dude, see, we missed all this flirting. Because the other person skipped the fucking, they skipped this whole combat segment. We just went from one scene to the next. Also, I agree with Ethan. Karen is far more attractive like this than dressed as the Divine Maiden. It doesn't fit her, honestly. That was definitely more for her twin sister, Mireille. I agree with Karen wholeheartedly. I like how Karen's all shy and bashful about it. She's like, I do too. Like, you like it. Good thing they lived, because now, you know what's gonna happen. Bow chicka bow wow and all that. That's such an old meme at this point. I wonder if that's explored in the sequel. I am curious to see it, but again, it's just too much extra stuff. Because, like I said, I have a large backlog of games to get through before Grand Theft Auto 6, so not that far away. Not with the backlog that I have that I wanted to get through before that game released. Karen says the advance unit hasn't been through here. Ethan says, stay sharp, Lisa. And they lose sight of you. But yeah, we missed out on all this flirting between Ethan and Karen. That actually puts into better context why she says what she says later, where she doesn't put on the robes. You know? She tells Ethan, like, I want to be myself. You know? It makes a little bit more sense. It made sense anyway on its own, but, like, this adds an extra layer to that. But the person who made the other plays, I guess they didn't, you know, maybe they didn't know about this particular other YouTuber that had videos for this as well. I don't know. Karen says, it feels good to do the work of a guardian again. Not that I should really be enjoying myself right now. Well, she feels guilty that she's enjoying this. Ethan says, me too. Now that I'm back with the Guardians, I really feel like this is what I do best. I mean, but when you left, you didn't really start doing anything different, Ethan. It was, I think Karen underwent a much larger change in what her responsibilities were after she left the Guardians. And she's left the Guardians for way longer. Ethan only left for like a few months. I mean, I guess for her too, but like, you know what I mean? Like, he didn't leave the Guardians until episode 2. Karen left in the middle of episode 1. Yeah, I'm surprised at how lighthearted all this is during the final mission. Oh, they have a pointy gun, or a pointy hand weapon, like that one that we saw Lacry use. There was an actual gun that was like this, and it would make this weird sound when they would shoot. I brought that back. Karen says, Lisa, Ethan, just a little bit farther. After this block, we should be at the control room. I'm glad they made this mission actually jam-packed with gameplay, so it actually feels like a satisfying finale for the player. If you guys remember, all the missions before this for episode 3, it's like 99% cutscenes and very little gameplay. They gave us a hell of a lot more gameplay this time around for the grand finale, so I like that. Between Karen saying she likes this outfit better, being her old self again, and then the Guardians work, like, it's pretty obvious she's hinting at the fact that she just doesn't... She's not enjoying her life as a Divine Maiden. Oh, that's right, I forgot that this character is a beast, so they actually have a transformation. It looks different from the person I saw playing PSU that one time. I guess you can customize it. Let's see what it looks like. Alright, let's see. Dude, the laugh. Hit the button. I'm guessing that depends on your character's voice, right? Which you can choose and customize. Okay, so her transformation is blue. Other than the color change, oh, the hair's a little... Was it like that? I'm not comparing her to Laya's transformation from before. Well, that's it, because they edited out the rest. I was comparing her to somebody I rated when I was streaming PSU that was playing this game. They were playing on Clementine. But their transformation, it was a female beast. It was red. But I think the hair was a little different too, but I can't remember. That might be something else you can customize for it. I don't know. That's all we get though. We didn't get to see the rest. They edited it out. I guess they just didn't want the video to be too long. Obviously, these are all cut up into 10-minute segments, so... Reach the control room! What did Karen say?
Try harder!
We got a rank C, so Karen's like, try harder!
You suck!
Damn! Getting scolded the fuck out on the last mission, dude. Something got hella loud here. It's him. Ooh. What the fuck? What the hell is this?
What?
This is new?
What the fuck?
I thought this was weird when when we got here, like...
Try harder!
As soon as this next scene started, I was like, this looks unfamiliar, but I thought it was just me, you know, not remembering what just happened a few hours ago. Well, about an hour ago. But no, this is actually new. Ethan says, ah! Karen says, Ethan, what is it? It's him. Did the other person just skip this? Like, did they just forget to include this? Like... Something might happen here where that actually explains why Hauser becomes Dark Faults. Because here he is. Man, we really should have just watched this playlist. Fuck.
You bastard!
He's alive, or it must be an imposter? I would just say he's alive, question mark. Yeah. Hauser says, a foolish question, Lisa. Oh, yeah? I was never dead. It's true, they didn't confirm that. He was just lying there. Ethan says, what did you say? Your father's death was in vain, is what he just said. Hauser says, I do not die. As long as the seed exists, I will always be reborn. I have to take care of that problem then. Karen says, so you're a seed form then? Like Helga. Hauser says, do not compare me to such cannon fodder. I am a higher being.
Come on, dude, bullshit.
The seed forms you've faced are but lowly tools of destruction. Fools kind of works too, though. Ethan says, aren't you the same? Yeah, I mean, you just want to destroy everything. Hauser says, no. As a matter of fact, I am not. You notice they have to give them generic battle stances because of the fact that they can change job classes and wield different weapons. That's the same problem in FF14 with the main character. Like, whatever character you make, your character will... They'll at most pull out their weapon, but that's it. They never actually fight in any way except using their fists or their feet, like a martial artist. So I guess if you can say they fight as a monk or pugilist. They don't actually use any of the moves from that job class, but like, you know, they'll throw some kicks and punches in very few scenes, and like in the last expansion or two at most. And that's because of that, because they don't want to have to animate your character fighting in a cutscene as any possible job class, since you can be anything. So it's a big problem when it comes to the budget for the cutscenes, and that's why your character kind of just sits there and never does anything. It's a big problem, actually. Hauser says, as a matter of fact, I am not. I and the seed wish for what lays beyond destruction. What does that mean? Karen says, what lays beyond destruction? Did I say lie? What lies beyond? Hauser says, does the divine maiden not comprehend? Why, annihilation, of course. Okay, so you just want to die and see what happens after? Is that what you're saying? I was like Fan Daniel now, speaking of FF14. Ethan says...
He's pulling his cock out!
Not yet. Hauser says, annihilation of all people from all races, all of civilization, all life, all planets, and even space itself. Yeah, he wants to end existence. It is the eradication of all that the seed desire. Ethan says, in other words, there can be no common ground, no peace. Yep. Between you and life in the Graal system. Hauser says, it appears you finally comprehend. There is, however, a common ground between you and I. How so? You, Ethan Weber, and Lisa. Fuck.
What?
Ethan says, what? I didn't know he was gonna say that.
Fuck?
Felt appropriate. He says, I welcome you. Ethan says, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Lisa, let's do this! We didn't include Karen in that. Don't know why. Hauser stays quiet.
He's pulling...
And he's gone. Karen says, wait! Ethan! Lisa! Ethan says... Oh shit, what is this crap? Ethan says, what the... It was a trap.
Fuck! I got poison!
Karen says, Ethan, Lisa. Oh, now you too. Karen says, Hauser, what did you do to them?
Fuck! You bastard!
Hauser says, more. Why did we miss all this last time? Karen says, ugh. Rycross Area D, Block 4. Where the hell is this going? Laya says, what's your situation? Tyler, I don't remember his name, says we've completed setting up the transmitters as scheduled. He stays quiet and he says, but we haven't heard from Lisa and Ethan. Laya says, I've asked Kurtz and the Alliance military to begin a search. But it doesn't look like they're at the control room. Lumia says, what could Ethan be doing? The unification point is almost here. Laya says, calm down, Lumia. It's those three working as a team. Something has definitely happened to them. She's like, I would have expected them to be there. Something happened, yeah. Tyler says, I agree with Laya. This isn't the time to assign blame. We've got to locate them. Hugo says, you must be patient, Lumia. Lumia stays quiet. Tyler says, Laya. I'll contact Kurtz, too. Laya says, if we hear anything, I'll let you know. Tyler says, sounds good. Tyler here. Am I coming through? Kurtz says, Kurtz here. Tyler says, Laya has updated me on the situation. I'd like to be involved in the search. Kurtz says, I've got all AMF personnel on it. I'm sorry, but I have to ask that you proceed with your preparations for the unification point. We need to be ready for when we locate the Divine Maiden. That's tough. Tyler says, alright, I understand. Kurt says, also we was heading your way. Tyler says, what was that? Shit.
Fuck!
He said, he got cut off. Tyler says, communications are unstable on Rycross. Hugo says, but it sounded like someone or something was coming this way. Yeah. Lumia says, could it be a seed form? Tyler says, it didn't sound like it was anything like that. Lumia says, what are we gonna do? Tyler says, what are you getting so worked up about? Just calm down for a minute. Lumia says, but if my brother and Lisa were defeated, if whatever did it comes to us, we're doomed. Is that what she's gonna say? Hugo says, Lumia, we don't know that they were defeated, alright? You gotta calm down. Lumia says, but we have no proof that they're safe either. She's freaking the fuck out. At times like this, it's more vital than ever for a guardian to be calm. Who's this? Lemmy says, huh? What the
What?
Surprise, motherfucker.
Father? I was not expecting this. He says, I think I might know where they are. Are you also kept alive by the same power that keeps Hauser alive? What is this? He says, I'll show you. This is playing out very fucking differently from last time. Ethan says, are you alright, Lisa? Barely. I just came too. But you don't know where the fuck we are either. Ethan says, where are we? I don't see Karen anywhere. We're gonna fight the Derelay copycat again? I see that we're on a, we're floating on a raft on a river. Hauser says, I see you two are awake now. Ethan says, Hauser, how are you using our comm lines? Because he's got Karen. What did you do with Karen? Hauser says, let me be blunt. If you want your divine maiden back, then you'll do exactly as I say. Ethan says... What?! Also, the quality's shit. Hold on. I went back to auto. Why does it do that? Stay at 720. Karen says, Ethan, don't listen to him!
You bastard!
Ethan says, Karen! She says, ugh! Karen? Ethan again. The line's dead. Ethan says, Hauser, what did you do to Karen? Third time he asked that. Hauser says, you two are to become receptacles for the seed. Hey, I don't consent to that, alright? I'm not becoming a receptacle to anything, alright? Ethan says, receptacles? With a seed? Jesus Christ. Sure, Helga would be more than happy. She dresses the part of wanting to be a receptacle of something. I'm sure there's quite a lot of fan art that was made of her. Especially in the Rule 34 section. I have just a hunch, you know? I mean, hey, if there was a bunch of that for, what the hell was her name? Lady Dimitrescu? For, Resident Evil Village? I mean, just a hunch. Ethan says, Maya created a vaccine. The virus won't infect us like it did Hyuga. I don't think that's what he means. I think he wants you to get eaten by a giant seed, from the looks of this area. Hauser says, there are other methods besides the virus. You two will willingly fuse with the seed. Okay, never mind. He's got something else in store. What the fuck? Willingly fuse? That still sounds sexual. Ethan says, willingly? We are talking about alien life forms here. I mean, we got chest bursters. What's going on? Ethan says, you must be crazy.
You son of a... Holy shit!
There we go. Ethan says, huh? Was that poison gas?
I got poison!
What's happening? Hauser says, do you not despise me, Lisa? Doesn't it bother you that I have the divine maiden, Ethan? What is this? Is he about to be like, let the hate flow through you? Is that what's going on? Yeah, that's where he's going. He says, your hatred, sadness, and insecurity. These negative emotions will facilitate your fusion with the seed. You just need a little push from me.
He's pulling his cock out!
Actually, Ethan says that it can't be. Everything went dark. Hauser says, of course, your fear is also effective. Also, he makes it dark so we can't see shit and get scared. I think Ethan, obviously, went... Ah! Hauser says, tremble as the fear overtakes you. Ethan says, Lisa, are you alright? Hardly any better than you. Arrgh! Hauser! Well, you're playing into it now. Oh, speaking of... Helga and her giant veiny tits. What the hell was that? Is she the one trying to fuse with us? Her clones? Because we've established there's more than one of her. An unknown voice on the other end of this comm line says, you must not struggle! Hauser says, what?
What? Surprise, motherfucker. What the fuck?
It's Olsen. He says, Ethan, Lisa! What you are seeing is the darkness of the seed. Is that what you call her now? Helga, I mean. Not giant veiny milk jugs? Okay. Hauser says, Artguard!
You bastard! Surprise, motherfucker.
What are you doing here?
You son of a...
Ethan says, Father? Olsen says, you must remain calm. Focus on living. Do not allow thoughts of despair to overcome you. Wow. This is Endwalker before Endwalker was ever a thing. That's what it came down to now? If you fall for despair, the seed take over you, just like how you turn into a monster and, you know. That's crazy. The parallels right now. And this is fucking almost a decade prior, so... They stole it from Phantasy Star! Might not be entirely incorrect, by the way. Might not be entirely incorrect. I've heard some rumors about some stuff that happens in a different Phantasy Star game that kind of is a little too similar to FF14 before FF14 did it. I've heard some stuff. So we'll see. I'll confirm it for myself soon enough. Hauser says, silence! Olsen says, return, Karen! Hauser says, arf! Not today, veiny milk jugs. Get out of here. Well, he didn't take over our bodies, but we still passed the fuck out again. Olsen? Father! Guessing it's Ethan. Olsen says that was close. Ethan says you saved us. But what are you doing here? Yeah, isn't he supposed to be dead, or was that something else that is different in this storyline? Was that something else you could do? There was actually a way to save him, or... Olsen says, I came to a few days ago. When I heard that you were going to Rycross, I had a bad premonition. I managed to talk Captain Kurtz into letting me catch a ride. I'm guessing he lived in this storyline. That was something else that could have changed. It makes me want to go back to... Dude, I can't remember what chapter that is, though. It's End of Ambition, right? I'll go back in a second. I want to see if maybe he didn't die. So maybe you could change a lot in the story. That's kind of nuts. That means preserving this was actually a pain in the ass, because if you want to preserve every possible outcome, kudos to this person, if they did that. Okay, so he said, I want to hitch a ride with one of the Alliance military warships. Ethan says, and Karen? What happened to her? Olsen says, relax. She's been rescued. She's unconscious, but Lumia's taking care of her. Ethan says that's good. Yeah. But how did you know about this place? Olsen says nothing. He says, I've been here before. Ethan says, what? Olsen says, I came alone to investigate. Back when Rycross was still on the other side of the fissure in confined space. The Illuminus was researching the relic civilization and ascertained the existence of the Seed and Rycross. And we learned that they planned to use them as weapons. Ethan says, you made an arrangement with the president who claimed you were dead. While you infiltrated the Illuminus? Olsen says that's right. Then here we learned of Dark Faults and his creation of the Seed. I tried to purify them, but I was captured by the Illuminus. Ah! Oh, there's Hauser.
Surprise, motherfucker.
He's pissed. Hauser says, shall I tell you the rest? Generic battle stance again. Olsen says, Hauser!
You bastard!
Hauser says, soon the unification point will pass and you will have lost. They're just trying to slow us down. You might as well bravely succumb to your demise. In the meantime, I'll tell you about Artguard and our history together. Waste more of our time. Ethan says, Father. Olsen says nothing. Says, we've done all we can. All that's left now is to pray that Karen wakes up in time for the unification point. Ethan quietly looks over at us. Olsen says, you might as well hear about this man's wicked acts. I want to know or I don't want to know? Yeah, I want to know. I would have picked that too. Hauser says wicked acts? That is rather subjective, Artguard. Olsen says, how dare you? The start of this whole nightmare was when Dark Faults was awakened from his long sleep. Hauser says that is also subjective. We succeeded in manufacturing seed from Dark Faults' cells. Just like in PSO episode 2. That was the beginning of a glorious time. But in order to release the true power of the seed, it would be necessary to restore Dark Faults. And so, we began searching for a vessel for Dark Faults. Ethan says a vessel. Hauser says there were 2 requirements. First, we needed a strong body, able to contain his enormous energy.
He's pulling his cock out!
Yes. Hauser says, and second, the vessel had to flow with negative energy. Let the hate flow through you, yes. Ethan says, you mean hatred and sadness. This is such a vastly different story from the like what we just saw. What the hell? Hauser says, I was a suitable vessel. But should my body be used, then who would lead the Illuminus? And above all, the more vessels, the better. Olsen says, and so they turn to me. Ethan says, surprised. Hauser says, because you'd come to Rycross without even being asked. Yes. Why not take advantage of your foolishness? Huh, kind of like Red Ring Rico in PSO. She went investigating on her own and she got possessed and turned into the host for Dark Faults. But the Ark Guard had been brainwashed by the Guardians and did not entrust his body to the Seed. Olsen says, of course not. It wasn't that I was brainwashed. It was that I'd abandoned the notion of human supremacy. You stop being racist. Brainwashing is being forced to accept being fused with the Seed. Hauser says, you still do not understand. A majestic Dark Faults requires a superior vessel. I have therefore been biding my time until now. Until the Ark Guard could break free of his brainwashing. That's another video. Gotta reset the quality. Also, this one's quieter. Olsen says, biding your time? Don't make me laugh. Who tried to use the cast copy Magashi as a vessel? Creating an inferior Dolk Facus. Hauser says, a trifling matter. You know, his appearance actually reminds me a little bit of Ansem from Kingdom Hearts 1. That was merely an experiment to grow Dark Faults' cells. It's the lab coat and everything. It almost looks like a lab coat. Olsen says, and her, Helga, was she just another experiment? Almost like they rewrote this whole story to fit Helga in at some point. Like, we never heard a single mention of her or didn't see her at all in the other playthrough. We're seeing her over and over here. Did they, like, partially remake this whole story? Is that what's going on? Hauser says she was more like insurance. The seed fusion went rather well, but she was not a suitable vessel for Dark Faults. So I gave up on her. Besides, I'd found much more suitable hosts. Olsen says nothing. Hauser says, you, Ethan Weber, and you, Lisa. That's why he was trying to get us to fuse with the seed right now. Hauser says, I held the Ark Guard hostage to force Ethan to assassinate Dalgun, gradually filling him with negative energy. But like a fool, Ethan failed and went into hiding. It then occurred to me that his sister would make a perfect hostage, useful against both Ethan and the Ark Guard. Ethan says, what? So that's why you tried to capture her just before the colony fell? Is that what was happening? Hauser says, yes, but you interfered. I tried again at the Sochi plant, but failed once again. I do remember that. I had grown tired of dealing with you two. But then, fortunately, I discovered Lisa. Which is our character. Ethan says, "You never give up, do you?" Clearly not. Olsen says, "You tried to kill me without hesitation. So I realized you were targeting Ethan and Lisa." Hauser says, "It's quite ironic that they should both come here on their own." Just like Olsen. Oh, we got the main theme from episode 1. Olsen says they came because of their beliefs and convictions. I'm raising it up for this. Size goes, "You won't be able to overcome their courage." Oh! "You won't be able to overcome their courage. My friends are my power," basically. It's almost one of those moments. Hauser says nothing. He starts laughing. Mwahaha! Evil bad guy laugh. We gotta fight him now or what? Olsen says, "You've lost, Hauser." Not if he stops us from doing the unification thing. Hauser says, "Artgard, I will admit that your family is quite something. But you will not succeed during the unification point, I assure you." Olsen says, "We will." Hauser says, "I still have another trick up my sleeve, you see. I will kill 2 of you and use the 3rd as a hostage for Lumia. She will be the vessel." Olsen says, "No!" Ethan says, "Hauser? Get his ass!" Hauser says, "She will be far easier to manipulate than the lot of you, I'd imagine."
You son of a bitch!
She is younger, more defenseless. "And she will fuse with the seed." This is a far more epic finale so far than the other version we saw. Olsen says, "You rotten little..." Here we go. Oh, Carl F. Hauser, level 200. Holy shit! Olsen says, "Spread on attack!" Which is generic battle dialogue, but they show his face anyway. Ethan says, "I won't let you take Lumia!"
Son of a bitch!
Hauser says, "If I kill you now, the unification point will fail." Well, he seems quite pleased with himself about that. "And then my victory will be certain." Kick his fucking ass! The game's hella fucking laggy. This is... just because of the setup, this is already a more epic final boss fight. Especially with the music. They're actually playing the main theme of the game, you know? The original game. Ethan. Also, Olsen got knocked the fuck out. Doing a guillotine kick? Holy shit! How much health did that take? Like half of Lisa's health bar went down right there. Jesus! land again.
You're too slow!
Beat his ass! What the fuck are you waiting for, Olsen? Ethan's doing his job. I like how they're just spamming this tornado thing. I have no idea what this photon art is called. They got him stun locked at least. So laggy though.
This will obliterate you. You're too slow!
We got beast form. Do it.
You
Hauser says, I won't let you nanoblast.
Fuck!
He literally stopped it.
Son of a bitch!
Holy shit. He counters it by doing that? Well, that's fucked up. If you play a beast character, you can't even use Nanoblast during this fight. And once you're fighting him on equal terms as any other race, basically. No other race gets a Nanoblast, so. Megan, he's using death. This is insane. Hauser says, Arc Guard! And he's fucked. Nice camera angle for the victory there. That's crazy. Yeah, from what I'm seeing in the thumbnails, it's still gonna lead to the same thing in the end. But all this shit that came before, dude, what the fuck? How did we miss all this last time? Like, did you have to make like a severely different decision throughout the rest of the story somewhere? Because I mean, Olsen's alive, so something fucking changed. Olsen says, how long will you struggle in vain? No, actually that was Hauser, my bad. Because even though he just got his ass kicked, you know, he's still being cocky, so he's like, how long will you struggle in vain? Ugh. Yeah, you ain't getting up from that ass whooping. He says, Lisa, Wabers, you cursed.
Son of a...
There you go. Thank you, Ethan. Ethan says, which one of us is struggling in vain now? No matter how much you fight us, we will succeed when the unification point comes. Olsen says, and I have no other choice. I will become the vessel. I will restore Dark Faults. This fills in that plot hole. We saw him literally become Dark Faults last time, but we didn't know how or why it happened. Olsen says, Hauser! Hauser says the world will be annihilated. You cannot prevent it. I will annihilate it myself.
Fuck!
Wow, timing was actually perfect. Holy shit. Soon enough, I'm guessing it's going to converge with what we already saw before. I knew we were going to fight a Dayrolay life form. We fought one before already in episode 2 or 3 earlier. Ethan says, so this is Dark Faults.
Surprise, motherfucker.
If we can defeat him, we can finish this. Olsen says there's not much time until the unification point. Ethan, Lisa, hurry up! Dark Fault's level 75, even though Hauser was level 200. The volume is all over the place with these videos. It's not consistent across all of them, so. They actually edited this fight down, so I don't think there's any pressure to speed it up. I will speed it up at least a little. Never mind. I was gonna say a little because it's lagging. The game itself is lagging, not the video. I was like, I should probably speed it up to 1.25. Too late now, though. Oh, I should have done that during the Hauser fight. I didn't know it was gonna go that long, though. Rycross Area E. Ethan! Father! Guessing that was Lumia. Ethan says, Karen, are you alright? Karen says, yes, I'm fine. Your father and Lumia saved me. Ethan says, Father, Lumia. Quieter now again. Olsen says, save it for later. Karen, we must hurry to the control room. Lumia says, are you done there? Olsen says, of course. He dies anyway now. Ethan says, Father! Lumia says, Father, what's wrong? Olsen says, I'm fine. Excuse me, it must be the relief from defeating Hauser. Ethan says, Father, there's no way that's it. Olsen stays quiet and he says, maybe I overdid it. I mean, that was a hell of a fucking boss fight gauntlet. He says, ugh, not now. Karen says, now that we know you're safe, we will be fine by ourselves. Karen's hips don't lie as usual. That outfit strangely brings out her hips more than the Divine Maiden outfit, which just has a hip window, but that one just makes her hips look bigger just because of the way that her top falls. Karen says, please go with Lumia to the closest Alliance military ship. Olsen stays quiet and says, I can't. Why? Lumia says, Father! He stays quiet. Olsen says, it's my responsibility to see this to the end, even if it kills me. Lumia says, Father, don't say stuff like that. Olsen says, I've been dead a long time now. Lumia's crying now. Ethan says, Father. Lumia says, don't you dare say that. Olsen says nothing. Lumia says, have you ever thought about what you did to the people you left behind? Olsen's surprised. Lumia says, ever since I was born, I've always thought you were dead. I was so happy when I found out you were alive. But then, how could you say something like that? Olsen pauses. Ethan says, Lumia. Olsen says, just now, you reminded me of Ellen. Is that her mom's name? Wow, we actually found out now. Lumia says, you mean Mom? Olsen pauses for a moment and says, I was wrong. I guess I'd better go back to the ship and get myself fixed up. Would you mind giving me a hand there, Lumia? Lumia says, of course, father. She's all happy and giddy and excited now. Like, now that you're not gonna stupidly sacrifice yourself for no reason. Ethan says, I'm glad you understand, old man. Leave it to us. Karen says, now we can go to the control room without having to worry. Olsen says, we're all counting on you three. Oh, hold on, Lisa. Lisa! Yes, Lumia? Lumia says, Lisa? Before I wasn't just talking about my father. He says, once I get my father to safety, I'll be waiting for you. So please come back safely. I will, Lumia, thanks. He's such a sweetheart. Rycross Confinement System Control Room. I'm guessing this is where it converges with what we already saw last time. Which means I'll get to speed it up and see if the ending is any different now. Yep, same dialogue again. Yeah, this is all looking the same so far. She mentions wanting to be herself and not changing back into the maiden outfit. Alright, while this is playing, it's about to switch videos anyway, but... Wait a minute, I just saw something there. Wait, is this the one? Or did I accidentally switch to the previous video? No. It says subplot 2 ends at 7:22. Which is where we say goodbye to Olsen and he fucks off. If you don't do the tasks to activate the additional scenes in other chapters, this is where you will have started from after the mission. So no Hauser battle. Wow. So you do have to do a bunch of stuff in other missions. Clam? How do you activate these subplots? Please tell me. Calm down. There's quite a few things you gotta do for this one. PSUpedia. Info/story mission subplots. All information can be seen there. So the decisions did matter. I don't think many people know about this, because I was seeing the comments in the other playlist we watched, and a lot of people, nobody was saying anything about this. Nobody was talking about the Hauser fight here or anything. So your choices did matter after all. They wanted to add replay value, so they made all your choices actually affect the outcome of the story in a very long-term kind of way. That's kind of nuts considering these came out months apart from each other. Like, imagine over the course of 2 years that this came out, that all these stories were you know, passed into the game. These chapters, I mean, for episode 3. When did people start figuring out that their choices actually affected the outcome of the story? You know? Or did people not even start figuring it out until the last part came out, like right now? And realize you could get completely different events here at the end. So then here's, yeah, this guy. Unification point. Doesn't say anything about subplots. Yeah. Yeah, everything looks like the same as before. I mean, this explains why that Hauser fight from a little while ago was way fucking harder than even the last boss just now, and that we saw last time. It's like, it was meant to be like a hidden boss, because you had to do a bunch of specific choices in the dialogue and stuff to unlock it. I'm actually glad I came to watch this playlist after our last playthrough, because now I got to see that there was a different way to play the story. Can't do that. Just hold on. Well, we saw the rest of this. I think they... No, I don't think they skipped the credits. I'm wondering if Olsen is involved here. Let's see. Maybe not. Yeah, this is the same as last time. Here's the ending again.
Where are we? I know. You... At least we're alive.
The final part, but it's not quite over. There's still the other 2 versions of Chapter 8 to come. Subplots 3 and 4. Also subplot 1 teaming up with the Vol brothers.
What's this all about?
That's what the rest of this playlist is right here.
It's Mire.
I wonder it's so fucking long for Chapter 8.
The seed's darkness is gone.
Wow.
And the girl system
They did
is
so
saved.
much.
That's great news.
Yeah. So, you're done now. Time to go home.
Annotations were removed from YouTube, so who knows what they wrote for those? It's
Ethan,
14 years ago.
Look.
Huh? The land deal. Everyone. They're all right.
I'm so glad.
All these replies to people that no longer exist on YouTube. Or they deleted their comment
What
history
we've
because you could
always
do
fought
that.
for. I'd gladly do it again. For you and all our friends.
Cute. Like a true ending to episode 1. Well, while this plays... Actually, hold on. Let me skip to the skip all this. We saw the intro one time. That's it. Oh right. And there's still this. Alright, so while this is playing, turn it down a little. I'm gonna research this real quick. off on the side here. Oh, hold on. Is this about Lumia? Okay, so this is already different. Alright, then I think before we watch this, I need to go see about the whole Olsen not dying thing. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna rewind to that. I want to see that scene, basically. Mission flags and player choices. The game uses hidden flags or triggers based on player actions or choices in certain missions, like whether you complete optional objectives, talk to specific NPCs, or you succeed or fail in earlier missions. Subplot unlocks. These flags can unlock extra scenes, side conversations, or bonus fights, such as Olsen surviving longer and assisting against Hauser like we just saw, which would not appear if you missed certain triggers or took different mission paths earlier. It's the same overall story but different flavors. While the core plot and ending remain the same, these subplots add some variation in flavor. No wonder people have been bitching about how they're like, why can't FF14 do this? It's like an MMO that came years prior did it just fine. Why the fuck can't they do it? Yeah. Because people have been complaining that they wish choices actually mattered in FF14. This game did it just fine. Like, it's like this game did it just fine. They're able to actually add some extra flavor and make each playthrough slightly different without changing the overall like outcome of the story in the end, which gives replay value. Why the hell? It's so fucking weird how the more I keep playing these older MMOs, the more I realize how much they really slack off on so much shit on that game, and I don't know why. Especially with the enormous company they have backing it too. And again, it's been proven multiple times that FF14 is Square Enix's main moneymaker. It just feels like they just choose not to invest anything into it but the bare minimum. Like, how did this game do more than that game? It's embarrassing. Considering this is from the 2000s. Yeah, in that game, it's like, you just pick whatever you want. It's only gonna change a few, you know, few dialogue text boxes, and that's it. Not gonna change shit else. Hmm. Here, let me ask this. Yeah, how do you keep Olsen alive? I just want to look up the gist of it real quick. The Last Stand in Episode 3, Chapter 7. Olsen appears in this mission during a boss fight sequence. Yeah, we saw that. You have to protect Olsen during the fight so he doesn't die. Okay. Yeah, but not that one though. Mission performance and protection during combat influences if he dies or not there. Chapter 7? The previous one? The thing is that they didn't seem like they showed that here, if that's a thing, because we didn't see any This is a hell of a rabbit hole. I did not know that this was a thing. Shit, I might have split this into 2 streams if I'd known. So this is where Olsen was supposed to have died. Yeah, let me speed through this and see if I catch any differences here. I'll probably just mute it. Just because I'm looking for just visuals real quick. Let's see. This is the one where Olsen is found and dies. At least in our last playthrough, that's what happened. So apparently, whether he lives or dies here depends, again, on your performance. Just how well you protected him, basically. So I want to see if the cutscene is actually different on this playthrough then. Like if we see Olsen not die, I guess, when Hauser's like gets up and stabs him when he's trying to go after Lumia or whatever. That's why I came back here real quick. And so far all of this is the same. So the thing is, like, with what I was saying earlier about FF14 is, like, they have a New Game Plus system, so you can, you know, replay the damn story and see what different dialogue choices do. So why not make it actually have more of an impact like this? The thing is, before people started shitting on FF14 and post-Endwalker patches and stuff like that, I had already seen a lot of things that made me go, why is this not a thing? Or why is that not a thing, you know? But I've only seen more and more since then. Where moments where I'm like, well, with this in particular, coming back to play an older MMO like this, and seeing it have features that FF14 doesn't have, that just seemed like they would just be basic things. It's just like, why is this... why is that not there, you know? Why does this game have more customization options? The fucking Xbox 360 PS2 game. You know, things like that. Just little things like that that add up a lot. And you're just like, what is up with that game? Like, why is it lacking in so much shit? Okay, so here apparently you're supposed to make sure, but I think it mostly matters against the Hauser boss fight, but you're supposed to make sure Olsen doesn't, like, get his ass kicked. Let me see the scorecard. That'll probably tell us something about it. Let's see. I should probably do this. There. What does it say? Olsen didn't even make it in.
There's nothing left for me to teach you.
This is clear time.
There's nothing left for me to teach you.
Yeah, this is clear time. Okay. Oh yeah, so I kind of got sidetracked, but yeah, mostly it's your performance, like whether you protect him or not. So the dialogue choices are still kind of an illusion thing. For the most part, it's still illusion of choice. It's mostly just how you perform. I remember all this. Okay, so let's see what happens during the boss fight and then see what happens after, and see, we'll compare that with what happened when, you know, in our previous playthrough or whatever. Okay, I'll show you an Eternity of Darkness, whatever. Olsen did go down a few times here on our, you know, previous watch-through of that other player, Caters. So I guess it makes sense why he died during that playthrough. I wonder if that player even knew that this was a thing.
I won't let you escape.
The nanoblast. Oh, at least he doesn't stop you here.
This will obliterate you.
Well, Olsen went down once there. And he's dead again. So maybe it's mostly a speed thing. Like, you just have to take him out quickly. Maybe. If this scene plays out the same way, well, let me look at the description while this is playing, actually. Hold on. Thank you. Somebody else saw it too. He's Ansem. Yeah. Let me tell Ansem that he's in the wrong game. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that shit. Even the uploader's like, I never thought about that. Yeah, exactly. Why the fuck does he look so much like Ansem from Kingdom Hearts 1? Although I will say the first time we saw him, I didn't have that thought. It was only until, like, just recently that I was looking at him and was like, did he look too much like Ansem? Alright, so I think I'll... Oh shit, yeah, see, here's the difference. Like, last time, Lumia stayed behind for some reason. Yeah, after the boss fight. Here, let me see what changed. She lagged behind, Olsen went over there, and then that's when he tries to grab her, and then Olsen goes and sacrifices himself to save Lumia. Okay, so he says it's over. Lumia says, this is the end of the Illuminus, isn't it? Olsen says it is.
You son of a...
What's wrong with Lumia? Olsen says, are you alright? He kind of just went... Also, she says, I'm fine. I'm just exhausted. I think she might have said that last time too, but... Olsen says, I see. It was a difficult battle. You did well. Lumia says, thank you. But, Father? So far the same dialogue. I do remember him saying that. Olsen says, yeah. Hey, Lumia, Lisa, are you planning to let us out or what? This is where it's a little different. Lumia says, alright already, hold on a sec. Yeah, that's where it went different. Last time Lumia just sat there and it was Olsen who said something, and then you and him go running over here and Lumia stays back there, and that's when Hauser tries to grab her. He ends up backhanding her or something. Lumia says, Lisa, can you get the lock? Nave says, Lisa!
Surprise, motherfucker.
I don't know who, but one of them went, grah! And the other one went, brah! Although I think that was Hauser. Oh!
You bastard! Son of a bitch! A test of your reflexes!
Jesus. Damn! Dude, that punch is loud as fuck! Dad! Father!
He's pulling his cock out!
Ethan says, Dad! Lumia! Yeah, this is totally different. No wonder he was alive. Lumia says, why you? What did she just do? It blew him up? Hauser says,
A test of your reflexes!
get fucking destroyed, Hauser. Alright, now it makes sense why they weren't surprised to see Olsen later in chapter 8. Because you can actually keep him from dying. Well, now I gotta see how different this is. Okay, we saw this. Ethan says, Dad. Lumia says, Father. I'm guessing he's still, like, goes unconscious or whatever. I saw that they said something about that, so he's still like not here for the rest of the story, because again they still make the overall outcome of the plotline be the same. So he's still gonna be out of commission, but he's not gonna be dead. That's how he shows up later. Still a very big, difference, but it just in the end it just kind of adds an extra boss fight with a lot more story and lore, which is a big payoff, by the way. Again, even if FF14 did that but still kept the overall story be the same, like, that's still so much extra content. Why the hell does FF14 not do this? It's unbelievable. They already focus on the damn story so much. Like, there's literally dick all else to do for a casual player after you beat the story. Why the fuck don't they just add stuff like this to it? Ridiculous, man. Yeah, I only found small nitpicks with that game until I started playing these older MMOs and realized they have way more than that game, and it's kind of embarrassing at this point. My nitpicks aren't small anymore after seeing all this. This is ridiculous. Olsen says, Hauser? Calm down, I took care of him. That was Lumia. Hauser says, you did? Lumia? I see. You did very well. Ethan says, hang in there, Dad. Olsen says, ugh. Lumia says, Father! Ethan says, Dad! I'm guessing most of this is gonna be the same. Most of it. Ethan says, Nave says, don't move him! Lisa, contact Maya. Dispatch the emergency medical team. There's still no signal. Communications are still fucked, yeah. Ethan says, "Oh." Olsen says, "This is fate. It's alright." Alright. Lumi says, "Father, don't give up." Yeah, it's mostly the same. Olsen says, "And the missile strike is gonna start, right? You don't have time to waste on me." Ethan says, "Dad." Olsen says, "There's something I want to say to you while I still can." Okay, so yeah, most of it's still the same. Let's see. At what point does it suddenly flip around and they're like, "No, we're getting you out of here," actually? Okay, so it's just, "Please believe me." Speed this up a little. "I am heart and soul the guardian." Yeah, we saw this before. Let's get it to 4x speed. This is all the same dialogue as before. It was much nicer seeing Lumia beat the shit out of Hauser with those explosions with the magic she was using, rather than that like weird punch stab that Olsen and Hauser do and then it's over, you know? You do get better scenes for performing better, which makes sense. And like for FF14, they don't have to gatekeep on people's playing skills. They can literally just make it so your choices change the story. Like a little bit. More than just like 1 or 2 lines of dialogue. They could do it just like this. I don't understand why they don't. Okay, still the same dialogue. Wait. Okay, what the hell just happened? Oh, there it is! Okay, so he dies like before. No wonder the music was such a... You guys remember I said if they hadn't changed the music, his death would have had more impact? Like for some reason they switched from the sad music to like this suspense music? This is why. Because it was meant to work with this outcome where he doesn't die, but he just passes out. Look at what Ethan says. See, Lumia goes, "Father, no!" Just like last time. Last time he did die on us. And then Ethan this time goes, "No. It's okay, Lumia. It looks like he's just passed out." "But he needs treatment soon," says Neve. Laya says, "Can you hear me? Lumia? Lisa?" Ethan says, "Hey, communications are back." Or I think it was Nave, one of them. Laya says, "So I gather you're finished there, Headmaster?" "Hauser's been defeated. There's no worry about the Sochi being used now." Laya says, "You did well." Lumia says, "Laya, my father, he's been injured. Please help him." Yeah, very different outcome this time. Laya says, "Your father?" Yeah, she's got a lot to catch up on. "So you finally found him, Ethan." One of them says, "His injuries are pretty severe. We need the medical team quickly." I think it was Ethan, yeah. Laya says, "Don't worry. I sent the team waiting outside in to you. Once you're all set, we'll carry out the remote detonation. Just wait a bit more." Lumia says, "Understood." Very different outcome. And now we get to see this too. This is also extra. Ethan says, "Because of him, my family, the Guardians, and Goral, he's been nothing but trouble up to now." Lumia says, "But Ethan, by defeating him, our family was reunited." She's looking at the bright side. She says, "I was able to grow as a guardian. And I even did my part to save the girl." Ethan stays quiet. Save the girl, by the way. Dave says, ho ho ho, Lumia's thinking positive. That's what I just said, yeah. Ethan and you too, Lisa. If you're not careful, Lumia's gonna show you up.
You son of a bitch.
Ethan says, what? This little square?
Fuck! You bastard!
Lumia says, keep it up, Ethan. I'll show you how it feels to lose. Oh! I'm the one who saved Father after all. Yeah, she's already got one over on you, fool. Ethan says, she's sure full of herself now. Ha! Lumia says, what was that?
You bastard!
Dave says, oh. Yeah. That's a much happier ending to that chapter. Damn, I'm wondering how much more shit is different now. I'm not rewatching this entire thing though. That I won't do.
Hi! Garage Channel 5 Headline News. I'm your newscaster, Hal. Today's big story is right here.
This is probably gonna be the same.
The Guardians, led by their new president, Laia Martinez, have successfully destroyed the Illuminus base. It was believed that the A-photon chain reaction bomb, the Sochi, was being mass-produced at the base. The Guardians report they have successfully neutralized all devices. As a result, it is believed that the Illuminus have been completely wiped out. An investigation is underway of the GRM Corporation, who have avoided legal action until now, despite allegations of ties to the Illuminus. The current president and their upper management have been taken into custody. Management is now in the hands of the heir of the founder of the company, who had been uninvolved up to this point, but is now the largest known shareholder. Hugo Wright, who is currently in charge of operations, is gaining worldwide attention. In other news today, we have... Investigations are underway of Rycross, an enormous planet-sized hive in orbit around the sun. Experts believe it has been emitting seed that have been attacking the sun. Professor Tom Rain from the Guardian's investigative team returned yesterday. According to the professor's summary of the investigation, the interior of Rycross contains a device that resembles a fourth confinement system. Otherwise, few details have been released. This is Garage Channel 5 Headline News, signing off. I'm your reporting newscaster, Hal. Bye-bye!
Let me see this. This is obviously different. Spent half his life paying for his crimes. Illuminus has been destroyed. Okay, that was it. It's Photon Harvest now. Huh, alright, I got one more question I want to look up. But then what I'm gonna do is, because, like I said, I'm not rewatching this entire thing just because there was different subplots. Like, I was not prepared for that. I had no idea. But I do want to rewatch this. I do want to see the different subplots for the final chapter, at least. I mean, this seems to be where there's the most changes, because look, like I said, the rest of the playlist doesn't say anything like this. Like, if you look at the rest of the playlist, there's nothing about subplots or anything. Like, most of episode 3 was basically... It's implied that there doesn't seem to be, much differences. There's some here. Like, look, this has Lou Kurtz. So clearly there's some differences in some of them. But it's not that many. Most of the differences seem to happen in the final few chapters. This uploader actually did a good job of labeling the videos that do have differences. Quite a bit. They didn't label this. Olsen surviving. So not everything is labeled correctly. Or, you know, diligently, I guess. But they did label these ones right here. So I might check this out, basically. I'll look at this playlist, not off stream, but tomorrow, yeah. What I wanted to do was tomorrow look at the alternate subplots for chapter 8. But I'll scroll back through and look at some of this stuff too, to see if there's any major differences. So I found one. There's this. Chapter 4. There's different ways that could have played out. So I guess we could watch a little bit of that. And then... everything else seems to be... yeah, that's pretty much it. We'll go back and look at that. Again, there might be more differences, but they're not labeled. So they're obviously not major differences. Or they would be labeled on this playlist. The playlist we should have watched, basically. But before I sign off, and then we recontinue this tomorrow, I guess we're getting a bonus stream. This was supposed to be the last one. But because of this, and I'm too curious to let it go, obviously, we're getting a bonus stream of PSU. But yeah, there's one last thing I wanted to... Okay. I was looking up Helga related stuff. Hmm. Let me rewrite that. So apparently Helga can appear in the what we just saw. Chapter 5 Ambitions End. She confronts the player in Lumia. Certain conditions are met, such as completing specific objectives or making particular choices earlier in the story. Helga's appearance may differ, affecting the mission's outcome. I mean, we just saw it in Fast Forward. I don't remember her appearing. She can appear in Photon Harvest? But this is now based on previous actions. And then of course, Road to Rycross. Yeah, it might... Here, let me ask more specifically. Yeah, I mean, we just watched Chapter 5 and Fast Forward. She didn't appear. This thing says apparently she can appear in Chapter 5, but... No, it could be wrong. A lot of the information for this game is hard to find just because of how old it is, and it was just from a different time period. Like, back then, not every little thing, not every little minute detail of anything, of every single thing that existed could be found on the internet, because it wasn't that super mainstream yet. The late 2000s? Not yet. Now I wish I didn't quit playing when the servers were still up, just for that moment. Wait, what is this? Oh, the harvest. Yeah, the mushroom thing. Yeah, I don't remember seeing her. Here, I'll mute this, but... I'm pretty sure she didn't appear in this at all, at any point. It could be faulty. Oh, I'll keep looking for it. But yeah, like I said, tomorrow... Yeah, I'll look for it off stream. Tomorrow we'll just look at this and then see the different outcomes and subplots for Chapter 8. I'm not going to rewatch this right now, even at 16x speed. It's whatever. So yeah, let me close that. I'll see that off stream tomorrow or something before I start the stream, just so I know. But yeah, we'll leave it at that. I wish I'd known that there were different subplots and stuff, and that this playlist was going to cover it more effectively too. I would have, like I said, I would have just watched this one, and this stream would have ended a lot. Well, they wouldn't have ended today. If we'd watched this playlist, this would go well into like next week. But the pacing for the finale would have been better, that's for sure. And I mean for the finale of, you know, this. But now as it stands now, I have to do another stream tomorrow because I gotta go to bed. So yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Alright, folks. thank you very much for watching. I appreciate the support across Twitch and YouTube. I guess we're getting a Twitch, or sorry, a bonus. We're getting a bonus stream of PSU tomorrow because I didn't expect or see this coming. That's funny because I've seen people talk about PSU and nobody ever mentioned this at all. That you could get very different, like, extra scenes and stuff in episode 3 from doing, like, performing better or making slightly different choices. It's kind of nuts that this is the only playlist that talks about it. It's like I said, when I looked at the comments, for the other playlists we were watching, nobody said anything about them. Nobody said anything about, oh, you didn't do that one thing so that you could see Helga here. No, like nothing. There was nothing like that. But it's like I said, people still didn't really use the internet that much back then, you know? And a lot of those comments and the videos themselves were uploaded way back when this game was first, like, you know, the official servers were still up. Or when episode 3 was first released, which was finished in 2009. When the internet was barely becoming mainstream. So I guess it's not too surprising that nobody was saying anything in the comments. There just wasn't enough people watching this kind of content yet that also played the game and also cared enough to say something about it. So I just kind of got screwed by the fact that this is old shit. That's what it is. This is just old shit, you know? So not everybody was just talking about it the same way. But yeah, I guess I learned something. So yeah, bonus stream tomorrow then. Alright, like I said, thank you very much for watching, everybody. Appreciate the support across Twitch and YouTube. Please stay safe, don't die, all that good stuff. And until next time, I hope you all have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, and good night. And I'll see you next time. Bye. Like Hal says, bye-bye.
Bruh.